Hello everyone, we are going to be beginning live coverage on Tropical Storm Harold. Let me share the screen and then we will begin. Or share the stream. Shoot. We'll be starting it shortly. Right. Here we go. So, Tropical Storm Harold has formed recently in the past, however many hours, and it is expected to strike Texas within the next couple of hours. This is the latest positioning from the National Hurricane Center, and it is supposed to make landfall. This area right here is around 9 hours from now. Or no, that is 12 hours. Its position, though, is roughly right over here, so it's got a bit of time until it makes the landfall along the Texas coast. It doesn't really seem like it's going to make landfall in northern Mexico anymore. Yeah, you can clearly see these heavy rain bands entering Texas, and the tropical storm force winds are roughly over here. And the storm, if I pull up the National Hurricane Center, there it is, roughly in this area. And the tropical storm force winds are likely just going to be on the northern side as it approaches the coast, which is why there is no tropical storm warnings in northern Mexico. There still is a tropical storm watch for more north, but yeah, tropical storm watch remains in effect for Corpus Christi. And yeah, basically the track is just going to go, like, the center's going to go through this line, but the impacts are going to be on the northern side. And there is a slight risk in effect for flash flooding in roughly this area. If I pull up the Weather Prediction Center, there it is. Storm surge is going to be another slight issue with the system. Come on, man, hold on. Yep, there's the flash flooding risk. It's just going to be mainly for today, as it's already impacting the area. But here's the storm surge threat. It's mainly 1 to 3 feet along from Sargent all the way down to the mouth of the Rio Grande. So yeah, this whole area could get up to 3 feet of storm surge. It's not much, but keep in mind these are low-lying areas, so it's not as bad as like Ian's 18 feet of storm surge, but it's still slightly, like, it's still kind of bad. Chances of tropical storm force winds, it's pretty clear that South Texas is going to get tropical storm force winds from this. And keep in mind, this system is likely to strengthen, as it's already a tropical storm when it was forecasted to reach this at around over here. So considering the fact that it develops so quickly compared to when we were forecasting, it can become a moderate to high-end tropical storm. And the sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico are extremely warm. Here, let me pull up Tropical Tidbits sea surface temperature analysis. Here you go. The positioning is roughly over here, and the system still has plenty of warm sea surface temperatures. All you really need is just 26 degrees Celsius, so the yellows, and it's clearly all going to be favorable for it. But the main point of intensification is right in this area. And that's why it's been organizing so quickly. And that's why rapid organization is likely going to be occurring. After it strikes Texas, though, it's done for. It's going to be gradually weakening into Mexico, the Mexico-Texas border, and die out around here. The remnants could still track all the way to Arizona, actually. GFS has been showing that. And sea surface temperature anomalies, you can clearly tell that it's warmer than average in the Gulf. Right over here, it's about 1 to 2 degrees above average Celsius, so it does support development right through here. And then there is a little bit of colder waters, but that is not a problem for it since it's still over 26 degrees Celsius, and it will support a tropical storm of this type. Wind shear is going to be a problem, just a slight problem with the system. If I pull that up to 500 millibar winds for when 250. And wind shear will be a slight problem for it as it approaches Texas. There's a bunch of wind shear a slight wind shear. And it's going to be facing it all the way through inland. And you can see this little dome that's forming right over here, a ridge. And that's what's mainly trying to steer the system. If you'll notice, it pushes the system to the west. Right through here, you can see it. And the system was roughly here, and it's just going to be moving in this trajectory. Landfall timing is going to be roughly one of the NAM 3 kilometers suggests 11 to 12 this morning. HRRR suggests a little bit earlier, probably from 10 to 11. FE3 high res shows it making landfall at around 11 a.m. as well. WRF, same thing, roughly 11 a.m. RGEM model, this one's an interesting one. Shows the high rain rates slamming into Texas, slightly make landfall at around 11, but you can see the moisture making it all the way to New Mexico and parts of Arizona, right over here. Yes, so while the organization will likely dissipate somewhere around this area, rainfall rates are still likely going to be a little bit high as they approach New Mexico and Arizona. But the main threat is going to be for parts of Mexico and southern Texas. Rainfall totals are going to be once again quite high in the Texas area and parts of northern Mexico right over here. This area has around 10 inches of rain. Then we got this area with at least 3 inches of rain, some parts up to 10 inches right over here. And that's the main rainfall threat for this system, but you can see how the trail of at least an inch of rain goes all the way up towards Arizona and New Mexico. It has a good environment all the way up there. It's just not going to be an organized system, and it's not going to have tropical storm force winds or storm surge. It's just going to be a rainmaker for parts of New Mexico and Arizona. But you can clearly tell, though, that the low's still roughly in that area, bringing the moisture. Yeah, organization is expected to rapidly occur. As you can see, it has been roughly doing that. They pull up a loop. You can see the outer rain bands just slamming into Texas right over here. And then we got all this central rain that's going to be moving into Corpus Christi. Rainfall would be gladly appreciated as long as it's not flash flooding, due to the fact that that they're in a drought in that area. The main drought is farther north, though, to be clear, but any rainfall would be appreciated in this area, but as long as it's not flash flooding. And you can see this rain band right over here going to be moving into parts of Mexico. But you can see Lindenberg getting slammed with the rain. And if you look at the temperatures or the infrared imagery, you can clearly see this rain band just slamming into the area. Right over here. You can see the rain is primarily in this area at the time of the image. But you still got all this moisture that's going to be heading into the area. The center is roughly over here. So when that makes landfall, all this is going to be moving into the coast. Other things with this is the GFS shows the system, and you can clearly see it. Just kind of, you can see the area of it, the remnants of it begin to move into Arizona and New Mexico. And also there is a tornado threat with the system. That's going to be the one of the main threats with this. There you go, hold on. There's a 2% range chances of tornadoes. This has to do with the disturbance and how the northern quadrant is going to be over this area, because the system's mainly right over here and it's going to be moving this way. So you can see on the northern part, the northeastern quadrant, it's probably going to be here by the end of the day, so it's going to be bringing the upper level spin. The system will likely be over here, and then it's just going to be bringing the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico into this area. Little cells can fire up, and all they need to do is counteract that steer and that the upper level winds, and then it would just spawn in a little bit of a rotation in this, because you got all of this, and then it can drop down a tornado. There was one reported in parts of California from Hillary when it was roughly in this area. So tornadoes are going to be a threat in this. It's not going to be really as bad as the rain threat, but still, a tornado is a tornado. We also got several other systems in the Atlantic I'd like to cover. We have Franklin that is completely stalling in the Caribbean. Right over here, it's completely stationary. But when it finally moves, it gives us a chance to intensify. Could become a hurricane. I cannot rule that out over in this area. But then it's expected to become a hurricane when it passes. Haiti and the Dominican Republic, Hispaniola. Over in this area, it could become a hurricane, and a major cannot be ruled out. Probably the most likely scenario is a Category 2, roughly by Bermuda, before it begins to weaken near the near Nova Scotia over here. Yeah, but you can clearly see that it should make that northern turn. It hasn't started yet, but it should. And it's looking more like a Dominican Republic, Haiti border landfall. And rainfall amounts, let me pull that up in the area. I believe I can do that. Western Atlantic. I think our gem supports that area. No, it doesn't. I could do NAM 32 kilometer. So you can see the system kind of there. You know, this system right here is not likely to occur. It's just the NAM 3 kilometer. Now let me pull something up like the Euro. Euro should handle this a lot better. Nope, let me do the GFS then. You can see the heavy rainfall amounts occurring over Hispaniola. And if I pull up total rainfall, You can clearly see that up to 10 inches of rain, or maybe up to 20 inches of rain could fall in the area, which would cause significant flash flooding. You'd see the stark difference between Harold right over here crossing into Texas versus Franklin right over here. And then when it gets out of there, rainfall rates will be a lot higher. Bermuda could get out of this as the system does one of these maneuvers. So it's likely it could avoid Bermuda, but still, if it does not make that turn as well, it could impact the area. Still, it's like a bunker in that area, so they should be roughly fine. We also have 92L, which is a tropical wave. Right now, if I pull up True Color, you can see Cape Verde right over here. Yeah, you can clearly tell that there's that spin in the system right over here. So the disturbance is roughly over here. And this is and then these are the remnants of Emily, which are trying to get convection back into the system. Yeah, but the tropical wave is expected to do one of these, go roughly to where Emily was. And then we also have Gert, which is rapidly weakening. You can tell the low is roughly right over here. Convection is getting sheared away and pushed to the east of the system, and this system is just going to be running away and dissipating roughly over here. It's about to become a remnant low. Looking back at Tropical Storm Harold, you can see the rain bands continuing to push inland. Oh, my bad, let me pull this up again. And so you can clearly see that there's all this rain just hitting the area. Oh, my bad, hold on. But a tropical storm warning is in effect for a lot of southern Mexico, or southern Texas. And a little bit northern of that, you can clearly see the tropical storm watch. The tropical storm conditions are likely, like if this is roughly the center, a little bit more north of that, but the tropical storm force winds are roughly over here. And so as this moves in, as the storm moves in, the northern side of it is likely going to impact this area, and Corpus Christi is one of the areas, potentially. But currently the system is very lopsided, as the center is roughly in this area, and you can see all the moisture just on the other side of it. And there isn't really much over, there is some over in this area. Yeah, but it's not a completely circular system. It should be something like this if it wants to really quickly organize. Yeah, but you can see the center's roughly over here in this area. If I zoom in more, kind of right into here-ish. So it might be more north of where it was expected to go. As you can see, all these rain bands turning in. So the low is, it might have done one of these, and then if it continues that trend, it could impact Corpus Christi with a near direct landfall, and more of the rain would be right to the north of it, or the system could try and curve back to the south, roughly. It is that if this is the case, though, it's likely not going to make a landfall in Mexico. And the Mexican coastline should get the least of the rain, as this is a lopsided system. So if all the rain's roughly over here as it's moving in, you can clearly see how there's a missing spot roughly over here. And so all of this right here is the rain, and then all this is just a gap of moisture. The thing is, the system's going to be trying to pull in this moisture to wrap around the system to make it a complete circle instead of it being a lopsided system. So yeah, roughly here's the center on radar, and this area right here is going to be the highest winds. I'm going to check radar real quick on my phone. It should give a reasonable example of how strong the winds are. I mean, the gust, at least. Over roughly here, there's gust of up to 60 miles an hour. That's the main spot over there. This radar is using the Corpus Christi radar, so basically 60 mile an hour forward motion towards the Corpus Christi region. And some strengthening could still occur. Yeah, but the center is roughly in this area. Yeah, so it's moving a bit to the north from what it was doing. Recon should be able to fly in and confirm this. I'm going to check if Recon's in the system right now. Yes, Recon is in the system. You'd see they were having a difficult time locating the center of it. Because the main thing is it organized enough? And you can see where you can see little areas where there could have been a low, like roughly over here and here. That's likely where it was, but you can clearly tell how it's curved roughly over here, but that's a little bit late. And right now they're observing 55 knot winds, and that is flight level winds, so a 50 knot tropical storm is not unlikely. So if it could strengthen, like, this cannot be ruled out, a hurricane landfall in parts of Texas. This cannot be ruled out at all, a hurricane landfall. Roughly, like, as in, if it's already roughly 60 miles an hour, it still has lots of time to strengthen. I mean, not a lot of time, but I mean 6 hours, 12 hours. We've seen systems that can do this very quickly. And the warm sea surface temperatures all throughout this area will aid in that development. But really what it just needs to try and do is try and get this moisture wrapped right back around the system. Because all this is pushing the moisture inland. This is going to be where higher rainfall amounts are. Because when it makes landfall over here, there will still be constant moisture being provided in the area of Corpus Christi. Yeah, but the low's likely over in this area. Yeah, Recon did confirm that. It's no longer down in this area. It's going to be a little bit more north. So if it does that same trajectory, it will be in Texas for a little bit longer, and rainfall amounts could be a little bit higher in roughly this area of up to 10 inches of rain possible. Whereas this amount over here, I still think that the rainfall totals might be underestimated. Remember, there is a slight risk for this area of flash flooding. So a couple flash flood warnings cannot be ruled out. Looking back at it, hold on, let me just do something real quick. Yeah. Good morning to all those who have joined the stream. Thank you. Yeah, but the system still is... Oh shoot, oh shoot. My bad, I am so sorry. What happened? Dang, guys, I am so sorry about that. I do not know how that happened. I am so sorry about that. Alright, so let me see where I last... Alright, guys, then I guess I'm going to have to cover this all over again. My bad. Alright, so my stream's working now. Nice. Alright, so... Alright, my bad. I am so sorry about that. So the system is roughly in this area. The low has been... let me just play the loop. Yeah, once again, I'm so sorry. The low, though, is right over roughly here. You can see that spin to the northern side. And then a little bit of spin wrapping around to the southern side. So the low is roughly a little bit north of where the cone was forecasting it to go. But over here you can clearly see all these rain bands moving in. And the highest winds on radar right now, these are gusts, not sustained winds, are in this region over here up to 60 miles an hour. And the low, if it makes landfall where it's projected to go right now, based on current trends, 60 mile an hour wind gusts could occur in the Corpus Christi region. But one of the other things, though, is recon did confirm roughly 55 knot wind barbs, and they are currently investigating that area of the storm right now, seeing that those strong winds, and so converting that into surface winds, a 50 knot or 45 knot system cannot be ruled out. So, like roughly between the 50 and 60 mile an hour range. If that is the case, though, a hurricane landfall cannot be ruled out if it decides to rapidly intensify. But that is recon currently. Let me refresh the page, because they should have moved a little bit more. Doesn't seem like it. Did they finish it? No? Alright. Yeah, so these kind of winds are going, and it's low level reconnaissance. You can see the 55 knot wind barb, and then what is it? Another thing with Harold is, since it's roughly in this area, it is being aided by the sea surface temperatures. Sorry about the red on red. But these really, really warm sea surface temperatures in the Gulf, which do support rapid intensification, the system already has a low level circulation. That's why it's a tropical storm. So rapid intensification cannot be ruled out with the system. It still has roughly another 6 hours. Less than 6 hours until it makes the final the landfall in likely Texas. Because the low is right roughly here. You got these rain bands coming in. But another thing, though, is the system is lopsided. And you'll notice that because you'll see all this moisture in this whole area. And then you'll notice the missing area just to the south of it. And that's why the coastline of Mexico should get a little bit less rainfall. And another reason why is because when the system is inland, it will be constantly pushing moisture into the Corpus Christi region, whereas this area right to the south of it won't really have enough moisture available, or the warm sea surface temperatures of the Gulf. It could form like in this area, but still that's going to be providing it to Texas, not necessarily Mexico. Another thing, though, is you'll notice that if this is the low right here, the tropical storm force winds are roughly in this area. So when the system moves inland, it's not really going to affect the southern part. Initially, it was forecasted to be right here at that time. That's why you see the tropical storm warnings over here. Because that the system would be like roughly tropical storm force winds in this area. But now that it's a bit more north of that, these tropical storm watches could become a warning within the next couple of hours. Besides that, though, there is a storm surge and tornado threat. I'd like to cover the storm surge threat first. Since the system is roughly in this area, I believe. Or hold on, let me pull it up. They're roughly in this area. And the system is moving ashore, so the storm surge of the constant winds slamming into the area is going to provide a bit of storm surge, not as much as you'd want to expect, but like up to 3 feet of storm surge could happen from Sargent all the way down to the mouth of the Rio Grande. And there is also a tornado threat with the system, as if I pull this up, there is a 2% chances of tornadoes that might go up as the system moves in. So the low is roughly in this area. and as it moves inland, the low will be roughly over here, or the low will likely begin to move into the Mexico area, and that will be bringing constant moisture from the Gulf, and little supercells can try and develop, and then they have to counteract that those upper winds to try and bring rotation, which is very easy for these kinds of systems. So just like the tornado that happened around the Los Angeles region yesterday or 2 days ago, a couple tornadoes could spawn in. Shouldn't be as damaging as the tropical storm, but a tornado is a tornado. There is also a slight risk of flash flooding in the Corpus Christi region that is likely going to get extended as the trajectory has changed. So the fact that it's not over there. The fact that it's roughly in this region, and now it's moving up instead of it being a little bit more south of its trajectory, it should bring in more moisture to the north of it. So this area could receive slight risk. That has not been updated in a bit. But the main threat is the flash flooding. Rainfall amounts up to 2 to 4 inches in this region. And we got 4 to 6 inches and a little bit of a spot of up to 10 inches of rain. But here you'll notice the wind field right over here. And the system is a little bit more north, so that wind field will likely... It should be close to land, actually. Wouldn't be surprised. Because if it's roughly in this area, yeah, you could probably expect some tropical storm force winds to be impacting land at roughly this time. If I play the loop again... And so you can see the area of interest, or the center of the system right over here. You can see its movements this way. And it's safe to assume that this area roughly, or no, my bad. Yeah, the tropical storm force winds could be impacting the coastline of Texas pretty soon, within the next hour, I'd assume. Yeah, but since the next cone should come out pretty soon, because they should be issuing intermediate advisories. Let me check if they did that. Nope, not yet. Yeah, but let's talk about some of the other systems in the Atlantic. There is Tropical Storm Franklin, which is completely stalling right now. Its center is roughly in this area, but you can see all the intense convection and rainfall that could be happening in the ABC Islands. But the system is expected to make a northward turn towards Hispaniola. You can see it on the ensemble plot. You can see how it tries to strengthen right over here. It could become a high-end tropical storm, but because of the stalling part of this, a hurricane cannot be ruled out with this. But the mountainous terrains of Hispaniola are expected to tear up the system, and it could weaken it all the way down to a tropical depression based on how strong it is when it makes that landfall. And then it's going to have a trough interaction. Basically what that is a trough tries to move into the area, and it will help it if it's an organized system. The thing is, if it is like a tropical depression and it's a struggling one and it does not have a good core with it, it will just shred the system up. You can see some of these areas having it dying out. But most models do support the fact that it will rapidly strengthen within the next 5, 6, 7 days from the trough interaction. And I can actually pull that up in the GFS run. Wrong thing. Where is it? There it is. 500 millibar height anomaly. And so you can see Franklin. right over here. But one of the main things is this right over here that's trying to aid in its development. You can see all this pushing down, which should aid its development. The thing is, it's going a little bit more slower than anticipated, so the trough is going to be a lot weaker when aiding its development there. But still, sea surface temperatures are very warm, so a rapid intensification could occur. You can see it's getting dragged by this other trough right over here. So that's why its curve is then to the west, before that trough eventually tries to drag it, because it pulls in. It tries to pull in the low, and then so that's why it moves this direction to try and get into it. That's why Nova Scotia impacts could occur. You'll notice the system moves pretty close to Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. That's why impacts there could occur because of this new trough, and that's why the trend should be shifting more to the west. An impact there could not be ruled out, like a post-tropical landfall. Yeah, but you can see how weak the Euro has it. You can see the trough that tried to develop there. The main thing is how strong is this other trough going to be right over here, as the GFS has it a lot stronger. Or like another one tries to dip down. That is out of the 5-day range. Which this one shows it completely getting blocked out by these highs over here, which it acts as a blockade. So the system's all the way up here, the trough, and so it's going to try and battle this area. GFS hasn't making a successful move down south. You can see it. A very strong trough. Just picks it up, intensifies it, and then moves it into Iceland or Greenland. You can see the system right over there. It's going to be post-tropical by then. Yeah, but then after that, it's just going to leave the area. And so other than that, though, we have... we also have Emily. Here's all the systems we have. Oh, hold on, music stopped playing, my bad. We have Tropical Storm Harold right over here. This is Harold. Then we got Franklin right over here. And we got Gert, Tropical Depression Gert, soon to be Remnant Low Gert. We have 92L right over here. And then we have Emily right over here, which is a Remnant Low. And if I push it forward for the next 48 hours to see what happens, you can see Harold is already over near New Mexico. Franklin has passed, or this model run has it passing, but based on how slow it's moving, it's likely going to be over Hispaniola or just before. Emily's over here. I'm getting dragged by this front, and then we got 92L still trying to develop. Gert's roughly over here, still dying out. If we go to the next 72 hours, see, Harold's gone. Gert's gone, as its moisture is getting picked up by Franklin. We have Emily that's getting pulled by the cold front, turning post-tropical. We have 92L trying to develop, and we got another tropical wave right over here. Fast forward another day. The system, then we got Franklin still stalling, trying to intensify. Emily becomes a post-tropical system attached to the cold front. And then 92L starts weakening. And then if we go ahead to day 5, you can see how powerful Franklin gets, and you can also see another system trying to develop near Mexico that has been getting constant support. And here's the remnants of Emily moving in with the cold front towards New England. And if we go out to the 6-day range, you can see how powerful Franklin gets. The the remnants of Emily are slamming into the UK. No, not really slamming. It's just going to be a rainfall event possibly in that area. And then we got GFS slamming the system because of this trough right over here. You can see how it just slams into the area of Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and then eventually in Iceland as a very powerful post-tropical system. Kind of roughly like Fiona of last year, but Fiona was a lot stronger. Roughly a Category 4 equivalent extratropical system. Strongest system to impact the area, but this one is likely not going to be as strong as what the GFS is putting out right now. But still, depending on that trough interaction, it could try and pull it towards Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, so those impacts cannot be ruled out. But now we go back to Harold in the western Atlantic, or the Gulf of Mexico, my bad. Let's see, where do I pull it up? Here we go. Here's all the different runs. NAM 3 kilometer has it making landfall at around 11 to 12. This is Eastern time, by the way. Then we got the HRRR. You can see how all that rain falls basically just on the western side of the system. You can see all the moisture bands trying to bring it in, and then it gets wrapped around. But the landfall is at around noon, or actually around 10 to noon Eastern time, so that'd be 9 to 11 Central Daylight Time. FE3 high res, you can see all the moisture and little cells that try and develop all throughout this area, bringing it into Texas. And then you can also see all the moisture getting wrapped around on the western side. Not as much on Mexico, as the moisture will fizzle out by the time it gets down there. Yeah, but still landfall at around the same time. WRF shows basically the same scenario. Little cells. Oh shoot, my mouse is dying. Right, but little cells that try and develop in a line, just slamming into Texas, and then we got the curve down. Not as much rain on the southern side. A little bit of a dry slot in the system. The dry slot's roughly right in this area, so that could weaken the system. And then we got RGEM. This one shows the highest rainfall. You can see it moving through and into. If you watch New Mexico right over this area, you'll be able to see it move in there. If you just follow the high rainfall amounts, you'll notice it goes straight towards New Mexico and then into Arizona in this area. It's not going to have a really good spin to it, but the upper level spin will support the little bit of spin in the system. But overall, the rainfall amounts, if I pull them up, you can see up to around 10 inches of rain in parts of Mexico and up to 10 inches of rain in parts of southern Texas. And then we got a huge area of around 3 inches of rain. We got an area of at least an inch all the way down to New Mexico and Arizona within the next 48 hours. And also what you can see is the massive drought that's occurring, as there is a blockade in this area roughly. RGEM does show a little bit of storms trying to develop in parts of Arkansas and Missouri, but other than that, this whole area is basically dry. You can see how the spin occurs. This is because a high pressure is going to be over this area, dragging the system this way, if that makes sense. Right around the high. Euro shows roughly the same thing with high rainfall amounts. And you can see how there's just a complete little curve around this area. You can clearly see it. The system's not going to make it all that way. The system's going to be moving away from the high. But overall, the rainfall, you can see how it's just a complete circle. Now pulling up latest rainfall, trying to find out where the center is. The center is roughly 100 miles away from the coastline. And we should get a new advisory out soon. Latest National Hurricane Center update had it moving 18 miles an hour, so 20 miles an hour. That'd take about 5 hours to make landfall, but that was roughly 3 hours ago-ish, so, or 2 hours ago, so it's roughly has 3 more hours to go to make a landfall. Because this was their last advisory at 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so the next one should come out in the next couple of minutes. But there are other systems, but the main one is Herald right now. You can see the ensembles have it curving, like this was before the low is shifted. No, actually, let me do a better job of tracing that over here, but since the low has moved more north, roughly in this area, it's likely going to do one of these, kind of, a little bit more of a northward curve. So it could be over Texas for a longer time than just Mexico. You can see some of these areas show kind of what it could do, because it should be able to curve more west and then curve a little bit more north. Yeah, this is the latest rainfall amounts from the Weather Prediction Center. You can see this area of 4 to 6 inches of rain. This is not the high resolution model though, so it doesn't show like specific spots that could get specific rainfall amounts. Yeah, but you can see that massive area of 2 inches, and you'll notice that Mexico is going to be missing out on a lot of this, as the pool from the Gulf of Mexico is going to be going in a westward motion, northwestward motion. And since there is no water in this area, it's not going to be really dragging it down to Mexico. But still, flash flooding could occur in southern Mexico. We got a slight risk put out. Flash flood warnings cannot be ruled out. I'm going to look on radar on my phone right now, see if there's anything going on, like any warnings, advisories. Alright, so there is a special marine warning that was just issued for... Let me pull it up. Oh, yeah, sorry, the sun's in my eyes right now. Alright. These systems right over here, and there's a little bit of stronger storms heading in right over here. So a special marine warning has been issued for that area. It states hazard is waterspouts possible in winds of over 40 miles an hour. Yeah, so those are wind gusts, though they're not sustained. Sustained tropical storm force winds are likely in this area. But another thing you can see is you can clearly see this rain band curving. So you can see how it has a massive dry slot here that can mess up the system, and it would prevent it from becoming a minimal hurricane. But I mean, if it decides to, if the recon is correct there, as recon is flying into the storm, you'll notice bits of 55 knots, that is 60 miles an hour. And radar estimates did show 60 mile an hour wind gusts roughly in this area. It's going to be interesting to see them sample. They're likely going to be turning back to observe this area. If we can see all the lows roughly up here by now. They did kind of do a miss on the system. It is not weakening, as in they believe that it was constantly moving this way. But 60 mile an hour winds, that is flight level, that is not surface winds. Surface winds can be argued from 45 to 50 knots, that is around 50 to 60 miles an hour. Yeah, but 55 knots, that's actually 65 mile an hour wind barbs. These little red red spots are indications of 65 miles an hour upper level. Like a little bit higher than like a few thousand feet in the air. And you can see their recent wind barbs over here of up to 55 knots. That's flight level. But earlier they did have a lot higher. See how low the pressure is, around 1,003 millibars they did record. So yeah, the system is strengthening. There we go, Advisory 4A is now out there, keeping it at 45 miles an hour. We just make sure if they made anything new with it. Nope, they're going to be making the forecast advisory and forecast discussion pretty soon. But let me pull up the public advisory. A Herald expected to move inland over South Texas coast later this morning. Heavy rains and strong winds moving onshore in the warning area. You can see how they kept it at 45 miles an hour. No, but no changes. There is still a tropical storm warning in effect for the mouth of the Rio Grande to Port O'Connor in Texas. And a tropical storm watch is in effect from Port O'Connor to Sargent, Texas. Yeah, and they're talking about in this case within 12 hours. Tropical storm conditions can occur within 12 hours. Yeah, and inland Texas could receive impacts. Yeah, their pressure is at 1,004. It's likely a little bit lower than that. And the warning, 4 to 6 inches across Mexico. And higher amounts of up to 7 inches of rain. And Franklin has a new update on it as well. This is Advisory 7A. So here it is. The latest one shows Herald expected to move inland over South Texas coast later this morning. Heavy rains and strong winds moving onshore in the warning area. Franklin, poorly organized Franklin drifting westward. And it's moving west at 3 miles an hour. Let me check if there was any updates with the warnings. Nope. But yeah, you can see the warning map right over here. You got a tropical storm warning for all of southern Hispaniola. Tropical storm watch for the Dominican Republic. And then we got it for one of the Great Turks and Caicos Islands. Yeah, but you can clearly see how it's already going to make that northern turn roughly in the next couple of hours. As it was roughly over here, it's going to make that turn to the north, go a little bit to the east, and then get pulled straight once again to the west. Yeah, but out past the 7 days, it should do one of these maneuvers. It's not on screen though. You can see how wind speed probabilities of tropical storm, how they're not really confident in this area, and it cuts down in the Dominican Republic because this is going to shatter the storm structure potentially. And chances of hurricane force winds a lot higher in the area. Damaging winds could occur. That is 60 mile an hour winds right through that area. Yeah, but they are lowering the chances of the tropical wave. And the Emily's chances. Emily's chances is still the same. It could reform. Yeah, but Harold. Okay, there's the new positioning update. Yep, tropical storm conditions are near the coast of southern Texas. We can see how large the system is. No updates are with it, but you can see how close it is to the next point. That is going to be within the next 6 hours, I believe. Yeah, 6 hours. 6, 12, 18, 24, and then 30 hours, basically. There it is, 7 a.m. And then this area is going to be roughly at 6 hours from now. That's going to be at 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So let me see if they change anything with the discussion. Sorry about my mouse. Let me pull it back up. No, I don't know if they do discussions on this. Let's watch his mornings. So let me pull up the latest loot on Harold. As you can see how the low has shifted dramatically to the north. Wait, actually they do disagree on that. That's strange. Yeah, I guess that was a fake right up here. I don't know though, that still looks like a low there. I mean, I can kind of see the system doing this. I don't know if you all can see that as well. Let me pull that up on my phone on velocity amounts. No, not really. I can't really see that. Since the main area is actually right over here with the this is where the circulation is according to radar. I believe recon should still be in the system, so it should get a better idea of it. Oh, never mind, they finished the recon mission. Dang, so they did not go into the... They were trying to check if tropical storm force winds were occurring in the coast. The green here is tropical storm force winds flight level. So yeah, near tropical storm force winds could be occurring in this area. Yeah, but the position is not down here. It's likely over here roughly. Found that pretty strange that they did that. Yeah, but the Rain Man we were talking about before, consistently moving more and more inland. And you can see how more of it has formed down here. And more up. See how all of these are little cells that can try and develop. All of them are moving inland. Right over here. And you can see how the core is roughly in this area. Yeah, so if that's their positioning right now, and if this is actually the main center, it'd be moving this way. Let me just ask the team real quick about this. Let me check. Because yeah, that looks like the center right down, you know, right where that curve is, just to the north of the system. Here, let me do it in the forecasting discussion channel. Yeah, I think that is the center. Yeah, right over here, you can see it. You can kind of see the spin, and new little spots are trying to develop to the south of it. If this is the spin right here, you can see new areas right down here developing as well besides this. See how the northwest quadrant of the center is going to be the strongest part of it. So velocity amounts in that area are roughly, if it's talking about towards the system, it's around 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But if you go more north of it, you can find stuff around 70 miles an hour, and those are wind gusts. Yeah, but here I'm going to pull it up on stream in a moment. Here, let me save it as a GIF, and then I'm going to send it to the stream chat, and then I'm going to post it in here. Give me one moment, guys. Just going to take like less than a minute. And thank you for all those who are tuning in. I really appreciate that. Glad I am able to inform people. What the? Didn't send. Alright, so I'll just talk while it's trying to load. Thank you to everyone who's joining in right now. Just want to say that. But basically, the center is roughly over here based on radar data. Actually. But if that's the case, though, the system is going to go a little bit more north than what it was originally forecasted to do. And that would bring more rainfall towards the Corpus Christi region, because all this is going to be moving towards that area. When it finally makes the landfall, this would be covering the Corpus Christi region. Could cause some flash flooding there. Thankfully, no flash flood warnings are in effect right now. It's still trying to send it to the stream chat. Whoa, thank you everyone. Be sure to like the stream and subscribe. I'm trying to do something where for every subscriber it's a new $1 donated. It's going to end at the beginning of November 1st. And it's going to be a poll on the YouTube community tab for a channel to decide which charity to donate it to. We can see how much intense rain it is and how quickly it changed from the light rain to the heavy rain right in this area. See, I believe that's an outflow boundary right in this area. Let me just double check. Give me one moment. I don't know what that is. Here, I'm going to try and get this as well. Yeah, but Brownsville right down roughly over here getting hit with a lot. McAllen down here. Here, let me save the GIF and send it to Discord. Oh, my bad. I think I sent it twice. Hopefully it sends. Just gotta make sure it did send. Alright, here we go. I'll pull this up on stream. Right over here. Alright, let me describe this. So the National Hurricane Center put it roughly down here for some reason. But the low is likely... Wait, no, actually they did... I don't know if they did position it right. I think they did. Let me just double check. Where's Zoom Earth? There it is. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually it. Yeah, no, never mind. It is actually up here. Yeah, you see, you'll notice how the greens are towards the radar. The radar we're looking at is right over here. So you can see how these winds are different from these. The red is away from the radar. And these blues right over here, roughly, are around 60 mile an hour, 60 to 70 miles an hour wind gusts. But then you'll also notice the tight core that's moving in right here, around 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. And that it shows the system moving. And the reason that they're showing rotation, they think it's like a tornadic system, but it's actually a tropical system. You'll notice there was a little bit of reds formed, and this is using all rain. So rain in this direction. You'll notice how there's gaps in the wind. That's because there's no rain in that area. You'll notice how it's a big dry slot over here. And the system is going to the... Well, let me just make sure I'm sending... Okay, there we go. And the system is not... It's not going to be going this way. And it's going to be going a little bit more north of that. But you'll notice all of these show different rain cells. And you'll notice how some of these are curving. You still got all these will be eventually moving in, since this is moving a little bit faster. This right here is moving a bit faster than what the rain bands down here are moving. So you notice how they kind of are going to get pushed back. But there is still a circulation in this. Circulation is roughly down over here, where I was showing before on Zoom Earth, right over this area. So yeah, the center is likely over here based off of radar data. And you can see that tight spin over there, a nice core on the system. Alright, so I'm going to pull it up on stream, the GIF of the radar right now. Here it is. Alright, so there's the rotation we were looking at right over here. You can clearly see that. But you can see how the rain bands have been moving into parts of Corpus Christi, all the way over here down in McAllen and Brownsville. And you'll notice how this rain over here is also moving this direction. This is because it's not getting pulled in from this yet. You'll notice how this area, right, like take example for these cells. You'll notice how they are going this way for a bit, and then they decide to turn around because it's starting to get pulled in once again by the center. You'll notice the highest stuff is right over here. The strongest rain, really. There is a special marine warning down here. That is the orange box. But you'll notice systems are all the way going up here. Little bits of rain bands. Little bits could become cells after the system passes the area. Little cells will try and develop into the region right behind it. And those cells could become, could gain rotation because of the spin that's going on. Hopefully that explains it, but yeah, you can clearly see. And then, oh yeah, the 2% risk is from here and a bit more north of everything. Because the system will be over roughly here, and then, so that's why all this area right over here could develop little supercells that will try and become tornadic. Once again, thank you for everyone who just joined. We are currently covering Tropical Storm Harold that is barreling towards the coast of Texas. It's likely a bit stronger than the National Hurricane Center put out. They put out 45 miles an hour in their intermediate update. Recon did support around 50 to 60 miles an hour. So I believe they should have gone with 50. Might be a little bit stronger than that. The thing is, 55 miles an hour does not exist due to knot conversions, as in 50 knots equals 60 miles an hour and 45 knots equals around 50 miles an hour. So it would likely be between that range. So right now it's likely a mid-range tropical storm. But one of the main questions is, will it become a hurricane? I don't think so. It does not have enough time to do that. It has about 4 hours before it makes that landfall. And now Mexico can be ruled out from the landfall. Keep in mind the system is not going to be going south of where it's expected to go. So like, it's likely going to be going a little bit more north. And rainfall amounts will likely make it all the way over to there. Since the low is right over here, the system would be moving this direction. It would die out around this area, but the remnants of rainfall could reach New Mexico and Arizona. Here's the loop. Once again, you'll see this bright orange turn into a little hook, because that's where the center likely is. Right over here. And you'll see the tropical storm warnings do not extend down into Mexico. And another thing is you can tell how far north the system is according to the National Hurricane Center cone. Initially, it was expected to be a little more south, and then go that way. That's why you'll notice that most of this cone has been chopped off. Yeah, but I believe it is up here. The team does as well. So you'll notice the hook there. And then that is supported by radar data from velocity and reflectivity. But the landfall time will be roughly between, let me think, 10 to 12. That is Eastern time, so it'd be probably between 9 and 1 Central Time. So basically within the next 2 to 5 hours the system could make a landfall. And also thank you to all those who have been subscribing. Trying to do something where for every subscriber that I get through November 1st, that will be $1 donated for those who have been impacted by this. And on November 1st we will be doing a poll for which charity you all wanted to donate it to. But yeah, you can see these rainmans right over here that have approached Corpus Christi. This is going to be the first round of impacts for the Corpus Christi region. But the system, since it's over here, it might take a little bit longer to make landfall since it's a bit more north. But there is the intercoastal region right over here, this whole area. So it would technically make 2 landfalls because it has those little islands. Like if it let's take this area for example. There's these little islands right over here that extend over to the coast over here, and then you got waterways. Then you got another land area right over here. So that's why it would count as roughly 2 landfalls. And thank you to all those who are liking the stream. Also, just if you know anyone in Texas, show the stream to them. Let them know that this is going on. And mainly in southern Texas. Northern Texas should be fine with this. Let me pull this up again. Alright, so the low is, and another, I'm going to go over the impacts of this. One of the main things is going to be the sea surface temperatures is what's mainly supporting its development. You can see all you really need is 26 degrees, so all the way up this area supports tropical cyclones, and basically, besides that green, everything here supports tropical cyclone development. The thing is, 30 degrees Celsius is what mainly supports rapid intensification to explosive intensification. So you'll notice from basically this area, right? Sorry, on red, I know that, but you'll notice from here down to Cuba, and then parts of Nicaragua, parts of Mexico here. This whole area supports rapid intensification. And then same with parts of southern Mexico here. And you see there's spots of up to 32 degrees Celsius. That's what this coloring is right here. 32 plus degrees Celsius. And the system is roughly in 30 degrees Celsius. And it's going to be above 26 degrees Celsius its whole life, basically. But after it makes landfall, it's not going to matter, as it's going to be on terminal weakening. But these sea surface temperatures, as it started all the way down over here-ish as a tropical wave, moved over here, this is when it started trying to develop a spin. And it was a bunch of convection clouds everywhere. And then that's how it made it all the way to, sorry, my bad, oh my god. That's how it started becoming a potential tropical cyclone. What that means is tropical storm conditions are expected within the next 48 hours. And then it finally developed a low-level circulation, so it was a tropical depression, then tropical storm, and then this is where it is right now. So a hurricane, though, if it continues this intensification trend, it could occur. It's unlikely, though. It's just, and the wind is going to be a significant part of this. But two other significant parts of this as well is the flash flooding, or no, three parts of it is the flash flooding threat. There is a slight risk in effect for the for southern Texas, and that will likely, okay, yeah, it is extended into Corpus Christi, but it will likely get extended a bit more north as the trajectory is a little bit more north. So as the system's roughly over in this area, instead of it being down here, that's what would extend it. Besides that, though, there is also a, there is also an area of storm surge threats. Oh, my bad, what the heck? Okay. Storm surge from Harold is not expected to be like a massive kind of storm surge, but it is 1 to 3 feet expected from Sargent all the way down to mouth of the Rio Grande. There is a tropical storm watch from Sargent down over in this area, but basically this whole area is then a tropical storm warning. Yeah, but 1 to 3 feet, it's not as bad as like Ian's 18 feet of storm surge. But a storm surge is a storm surge, and there is a lot of low-lying areas in this area, so 1 to 3 feet could cause a little bit of storm surge in the area. Just depending on how bad it is. It should be more on the northern side. So up to here it should be 3 feet. But down in this area, basically, it shouldn't be as high. Another thing with arrival time of winds, you'll see how it's already occurring. Likely, this was by 8 a.m. Eastern Time. You'll see how by 2 p.m. Like basically, this is the border. 8 a.m. This is where it's expected to be at. At 2 p.m. it's likely going to be in this area. Or no. 8 a.m. It's going to 8 a.m. through 2 p.m. This is the area it's going to be in. 2 p.m. through 8 p.m. This is where it's going to be. This is Eastern Time, so it'd be 7 to 1 in this area, 1 to 7, and then beyond 7 p.m. So yeah, it's going to be a fast-moving system. It should leave the area. I'm going to look at the model real quick on where it shows it's leaving. Let's see, regions. Alright, here we go. Let me zoom out. So if I pull up something, the HRRR, this should be the best model for this kind of scenario. You'll see it making landfall at around 11. And then, yeah, it should roughly leave the area by 4 p.m. with tropical storm conditions. And tropical storm conditions cannot be ruled out for parts of Mexico. Notice basically the oranges in this are tropical storm conditions, and the reds are up to like higher end tropical storm. We'll see how it organizes. Northern side is going to be the strongest. You'll see all these little cells developing with higher wind. These are the ones with thunderstorm wind threats. But you'll notice parts like 20 knot winds, that's like around 25 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour winds could occur there. These are like sustained winds. See what else could there be? Yeah, but the rain threat there is going. Oh, hold on. Let me pull this up. The rain threat is going to be. It should end within the next 11 hours at around 6 p.m. in the whole entire southern Texas region. Still could get spotty showers, but most of the heaviest rainfall is going to be making it into the Texas-Mexico border. And also, it looks like most of the rainfall is going to be on the western side of the system. And this is the kind of stuff that could cause flash flooding. 35 millimeters an hour kind of rainfall rates up to 50 millimeters an hour. 50 millimeters an hour is around 2 inches per hour, which that is flash flooding kind of stuff. So if you see reds over an hour or over the same spot for 2 frames, that's when you could get 2 inches of rain basically just in the matter of an hour at least. Keep in mind this though just shows a general idea on the rainfall in cells. It's not going to show exactly where they form. It just shows a general area basically. And you'll see these little cells right down here basically because of the winds going this direction, and it's strong winds in the upper atmosphere. There will be a potential for cells to try and counteract that, and that's what would cause a rotation and could drop down tornadoes. It's not going to be a strong tornado, but it still is still would be a tornado. We do also have other systems in the Atlantic right now. We have Franklin. Franklin's kind of poorly organized right now. It just looks like a circle, kind of blob. And it's going to be now making that northward turn. If I pull up the ensembles, you'll see how it gets. It seems like it will pass Hispaniola within the next 48 hours. Then the thing is, there is a trough that is that's connected to a cold front, basically. That's right now trying to dip down, basically, and that's going to try and pull in the low pressure. It's going to try and make it do one of these. The thing is, because it's been stalling so much, by the time it gets around over here, it's already going to be gone. So a new trough is going to try and develop and be a stronger one. And then that's why it's going to pull its... Basically, it's going to be roughly around this area. There's the low, and then it will try and pull the system from back down here to around there. And then since this is going to be moving roughly actually to the northeast, that's what's going to be pulling this to the northeast as it's trying to meet this line. Or like if it moves more to the east than to the north, it's going to pull it more to the east and avoid Nova Scotia, but still Nova Scotia could get impacts. The latest GFS run shows that. Then we got, oh yeah, here, for Franklin, here is their forecast. So basically there are, and I'm also going to cover over some other systems. This right here is Gert, right now, near Texas. This is Franklin. This right here is Gert. Oh yeah, my bad. This is Harold, my bad. And then this is the remnants of Emily. And this is 92L, a tropical wave. If I move into hour 24, you'll see Harold's remnants in New Mexico. Franklin's intensifying near Hispaniola. We got Emily still weakening. We got a cold front right over here that's being pushed down by a trough right over here. And we got 92L, which is getting more and more disorganized. And then also we got the remnants of a Gert down there. Now here's hour 48. Harold's remnants are now into New Mexico and Arizona. Cold front's down here. Emily's becoming more elongated. 92L is losing its chances of development. Franklin has now passed Hispaniola and is going to undergo rapid intensification. As you see by hour 72, cold front extends. Emily is trying to turn post-tropical. 92L is weakening. And then also Gert's remnants are now inside of Franklin. If I go down to hour 96, you'll see Emily is now post-tropical, connected to that cold front. 92L is weakening, and Franklin is now going to undergo rapid intensification. Hello?
Hello, what's up?
Nice. Alright, hello Riley.
What's going on?
Here, let me turn up your volume. There we go. Alright, so right now we're covering Harold, but right now we're going over the tropical systems in the Atlantic. And where they're gonna go. I have my live stream up right now on Discord. So this is hour 96, and then there's going to be a trough that's trying to extend down right over here-ish. That's going to be pulling the system in. Now this is an anomaly with the GFS here, as most runs have it curving more to the east than that. But this shows what could happen if it decides to go a little bit more west. It could slam into Nova Scotia and Newfoundland before moving into Greenland. That's unlikely, but if it does decide to rapidly intensify and move more to the west, that cannot be ruled out.
Right. Well, the only thing that I don't really get here is that a further west trend would actually expose it to more shear. So in a way, what the GFS is showing.
How would it expose it to more shear?
Well, because it would be closer to the. Well, actually, let me take that back. It would be closer to the highest shear of the Tut. Okay, as opposed to if it goes east, it'll just run directly into the Tut, and its outflow will shear the Tut off. Yeah. And then it'll just intensify from the trough interaction. So all in all, what the GFS shows is not impossible, but it doesn't really align.
Yeah, you
with
can see
everything
the wind shear
else,
right up there.
with all the other synoptics. Now you place this a little bit more east, and the GFS solution makes sense. But at this point, I'm not really sure what to expect out of it. I just know that Franklin is the only system that's.
Look at that wind shear.
Yeah, that's the jet at that point.
Is that actually 140 knot wind shear?
Well, not really, because while the winds technically are like that in the upper levels of the atmosphere,
but they're not at the surface.
They're not at the surface, and not only that, but the storm's own outflow and its own interaction with the jet itself would distort that, as you see there.
Yeah.
As it's absorbed within the jet. So.
Also, you can see the outflow right over here.
And also, it's worth noting if the system ever faced 140 knot wind shear, that it's going to be entering high wind shear 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 knots before it gets there, and it's going to
Yeah.
undoubtedly dissipate before it does, because you have shear over 40 to 50 knots. It don't matter how strong the
Yeah.
system is, it's going to dissipate very rapidly.
Let me take a look at Harold's wind shear. I don't think Harold's getting much. Yeah, right over there. Yeah, not really. It's not until it makes landfall. Yeah, it's
Do you
gonna
want to know
fix
what the main problem with Harold is?
What?
It's its speed. And yes, that does limit the time over water. That's obviously a limiting factor. But more so, it's the fact that it's moving too fast for its own good. Let's say it had more time over water and was moving at the same speed. Obviously, it would become stronger because it has more time over water, but the rate of organization would not quite be as fast, because of the fact that when a system is going so quick and it's not very well developed yet, it's harder for it to bring its organization down to the surface. It's harder for it to have tighten up quicker. As you can see, it's starting to there a little bit at the end, but it's...
And this is the center, roughly, right over here. I don't get why the National Hurricane Center placed it so low. The center is roughly here. You're able to...
The recon found the highest winds there, but it consistently found the center, or at least where they fixed the center to be in the recon mission.
I don't get how, though. There is not really enough spin down here. And I was looking at radar, and you can clearly see how there is a circulation over here. And
I think a lot of this is because the mid-level circulation itself isn't that bad, but the low level and what's making its way to the surface is not really all that great. So I think the low-level circulation is still a bit weak. And, all in all, for this area that this is affecting, Harold here, this is not really going to be anything too bad. Actually, it's going to be a little bit of a beneficial rain, and it's going to be moving quick enough where you don't have to worry about no major flood issues. So in a way, this is really a beneficial thing for this area of the Texas coast. But obviously, whenever you're dealing with a tropical system, you always have to provide some sort of coverage and details. But really, this is just, just your strong summer rainstorm here. I mean, really, because this area is obviously not going to be damaged too bad by moderate tropical storm.
All right, and what about, I was going to say something. Oh, yeah, storm surge.
I seen a graphic the other day from the NAC right there. Yeah, there's only going to be 1 to 3 feet. There's not going to be that.
But could it increase surge because of the speed?
No, actually, a fast speed would bring less surge because it has less time to pull and push all that water into the bay. Let me give you an example, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Haiyan in 2013, even though it had a 23 feet of storm surge, the storm surge of Haiyan, given its intensity and its trajectory into Tacloban Bay, 23 feet is actually less than you would expect, right, for a storm that intense. If you have a slow-moving storm, like, for example, Ian in that area, that's at the intensity of Haiyan, you see 40 feet surge.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you, okay? Because this is probably actually a better example, and I would probably use this as my primary example to compare how no two storms and the impacts of the same. Hurricane Charlie, 2004, Hurricane Ian, 2022. Both storms made a 130-knot landfall in Florida, in Cuyahoga, Florida, and then made a 125-knot landfall in mainland Florida. One of these storms, I was in practically the same location for both of them.
Yeah.
One of these storms, I get maybe 50-mile-an-hour winds. The other one, I get 5 feet of water in my house. So, no two storms are the same, and there's two key differences there in those storms, because you had a similar intensity.
Yeah.
One of these storms is large and slow-moving. That's Ian. One of these storms is compact and fast-moving. That's Charlie. So there's so many factors to consider when you look at impacts from a tropical system. But obviously, a faster-moving storm is actually what you want in an overall impact perspective.
Yeah.
While the area itself of the landfall will see a bit worse impact wind-wise, and I'm not even sure if in the case of this storm, it would really apply as much because it's not developed enough for the
I was
really
looking at 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on radar.
That's probably a lot. So the good news is that there's not a lot of elevation here. But, you know, all in all, is that this is just your regular summer rainstorm. And the surge, since we're talking about that, really this is an astronomical tide. Imagine an astronomical tide occurring, which everybody that's lived on the coastline long enough has experienced at some point or another, because it happens a few times a year. Really, that's all this surge was heralded going to be, just like a high tide, really.
Yeah.
Now, if you have more than 3 feet, then at that point, then you have, obviously, an event that you can actually say that's something to worry about. But
yeah.
Unless, let me just put it this way, unless it's their own wrongdoing of going out into the water when they shouldn't be, this is going to be a fairly safe
a rip current threat is going to be a big deal with this, obviously.
Yeah, and there's always somebody.
Yeah.
I hope there's not gonna be here, and I hope everybody heeds the warnings and realizes, even if it's a weak system, which it is, that it's still not safe to go out into the waters here. You know, because we have marine hazards associated with this, with area of weather. You know.
Yep. Also, the rainfall amounts. Since it's going a bit faster, it should be a little bit less, right?
Yeah, that's really the thing with these fast versus slow-moving storms. It's the rainfall amounts, and this is a fast-moving storm. Most of the weather is on the northern side of it, which is actually the areas that are in the drought. So really, it can have to be a beneficial event here. And the rainfall, like you said, is moving fast, so there's not going to be, you know...
And also impacts could extend further than just Texas, I think.
Yeah, you see some rain right there in northern Mexico.
And also, what I was going to say, there was like parts of Arizona and actually New Mexico could get the remnants of the system. I mean, it's not going to have as good of a circulation, not as good winds. If you look at like the RGM, I'll show up the GFS next one. The RGM takes it up towards New Mexico and Arizona as a rain.
Yeah, the New Mexico-Arizona border has pretty much the rain of the remnants.
I found that shocking how it's trying to go there as well. Like here's the GFS doing kind of the same thing. Well, you know, it's not as high resolution model. But if I pull up the RGM once again and pull up total rainfall amounts, there we go. Let me go this way. Alright. So you can see how they're doing around 10 inches of rain for parts of Mexico. And then the 3-inch range is this pinkish color. And then the at least 1 inch, I'm also here, but at least the 1 inch range is all throughout, all the blues, basically. They extend all the way to parts of Arizona and New Mexico. You can clearly see the line that it's taking, the track, through this. And it's probably going to die out around here with its circulation-ish. But the rainfall's still going to get pushed over there. And also there is, once again, another tornado threat with that system. A 2% range. California had a tornado. I remember that, seeing an actual imagery of the tornado. And so this one, it can't be ruled out for a couple more, as in it's warmer waters in this area.
Yeah.
More moisture. And the rainfall is going to be moving in, from the north, to the northwest. And so when the lows already, towards Mexico, it's going to be consistently pulling in moisture. And there's not going to be a lot of moisture that's going to be going down out to sea. I mean, it will begin when it's out to sea and then back out. But that's why Mexico's just south isn't expected to get as much rain. Because here, I think I can do a better job on Zoom Earth on this one. As the rainfall is going to be moving in, like, since this is roughly the center now, when it's over here, it's going to be trying to pull in moisture from the Gulf this way, and then it's still going to be trying to wrap it around on the western side. But then when it gets over here, it's too dry for it to keep moving all the way around. It's already dry on the southern side.
Yeah.
Wondering, is there actually dry air there, or is it just not doing anything?
Or what, on the southern side of the storm?
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of both. It is worth noting that, and I said this a few days ago, there is some moderate shear. It's not anything that obviously has prevented it from developing to this point. But I would say it's more so the fact that the southern side of the storm is just not quite as organized yet. It's not quite as tight at the surface. It's not quite as developed as the other part of the storm. And this is something that we typically see of storms that are moving a little bit fast. It's usually the southern side that has a problem with being able to close off and being able to develop convection and stuff like that. So I think that's probably something to do with what you're seeing here.
Yeah.
You might, at this loop that you posted, you might see a little bit more convection starting to try to fire up there, but all in all, we're here at the coast, so there's not really much time to make this.
And also to the southern side, it's mainly just moist upper levels, really moist upper levels, and but over here is mainly where the dry air is. You can clearly tell the difference between the areas. Lots of area moist on the lower levels towards the surface. And then we got moist upper levels around here, and then around here. And the moist high deep clouds are over here-ish. And if I pull up water vapor imagery, just normal water vapor, it should show on work. There we go. Now you can see the difference on how dry air is over here, and it's not going to be really affecting the system. In this area, you can see storms are firing up now. So it's not another one just fired up over here and a little bit over here when that pops up. Yep. So I mean, it's possible for it to try and wrap it around.
Yeah, I just don't think there's enough time for it to really make any make any gains or make anything noteworthy out of this.
I think I saw 50 to 60 mile an hour winds on like surface level if you're converting recon flights. You'll notice there's barbs of 55 knots.
Yeah.
And they did not sample this part.
Well, let me see. This is going to be a much lower conversion rate. You're going to have a 75% conversion rate.
Okay.
Because it's at the recon's flying at 925 millibar.
Okay.
Let me just give you an example. In your typical, let's say from like 55 knots to 90 knots, you'll fly at 850. When you're weaker than that, you'll fly at 925. And Invest, they sometimes even fly at 1,000 millibars.
Okay, yeah.
For a well-developed major hurricane, it should always be 700 millibar. 700 millibar is the general flight level for any major hurricane or well-developed hurricane that's obviously, got a maturing structure. So
yeah.
Say the 925 millibar.
But why do they have it at different levels?
The 1,000 millibar is 70%, 925 is 75, and then 850 it varies. It can be anywhere from 80 to 90.
Well, no, I mean, like, why do they fly at different levels?
Because there's different levels of development in the storm for each phase it's in. Like, I'm going to give you an example. if you flew right now at 700 millibars in this storm, you would not really have a representative intensity of what's going on at the surface. Like if you have a major hurricane and you fly at 700 millibars, you have more of a representative intensity because the storm is more vertically developed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you ever heard the phrase, I know you have, the storm is deepening. Another phrase that obviously is strengthening, but when it's deepening, when it's truly deepening, if it's already mature and it's deepening more, it's extending its vertical envelope even more into the atmosphere, putting its atmospheric footprint a little bit more. So that's another way of how you can look at deepening is actually deepening, because it's deepening in vertical elevation and depth. So that's why we have different flight levels for different types of storms and different levels of storms and all that.
Yeah. And you can see the wind over here from observations. And is this also 900 millibars? Or like the height of these wind observations, or are these surface observations?
Those that you're seeing there on the coastline, those should be surface or just above the surface. They should be fairly close to the surface, if not.
Alright. Yeah, so like 20 or like 25 miles an hour winds up here, possibly. And tropical storm force winds should be nearing the coast by now. The NHC graphic showed that. I mean, it should be very close by.
Yeah, let's take a look and see what they got. Yeah, it's definitely close by.
Yeah.
Yeah, that update is almost an hour ago. So at this point, we probably have tropical storm winds reaching the coastlines. I don't know. Maybe we can go and see the METAR data for Brownsville, Texas. See the weather observation.
Can you send me the link?
Yeah, let me find it. You should be able to find it just on the National Weather Service website, but I'll find it real quick and I'll link it.
All right.
You probably are going to actually, you might even see a little bit more winds by somewhere like Port Mansfield or Corpus Christi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brownsville, Texas is only reporting winds out of the northwest at 8 miles an hour.
Wow.
So that's not very good. But then again, we know the south side is a little bit weaker with this system.
Yeah.
So that's something that we got to take into account here. So I'm going to look for some observations near Corpus Christi, Texas. See if we can see any confirmed tropical storm winds on the coast there.
Yep. What do you think this will peak as?
Harold?
Yep.
I mean, it's kind of hard to say when it's right there from the coast, and the max winds in this storm really isn't representative of it because it's confined to one quadrant. But I guess you could say that based on the current recon data and all this stuff, I guess you could say maybe 50 knots you can see before landfall if those winds are able to mix down. So I would expect 50 to 60 mile an hour landfall in the next few hours here.
Yeah. And another thing is, when do you think it will make landfall?
Based on the current radar motion and vector, it seems like 3 to 4 hours.
Yep. Modelists were showing it making landfall at around just before noon, like 10 to noon Eastern Daylight Time. So basically, within the next 3 hours-ish.
Okay. Corpus Christi has reported wind up to 18 knots, but that's, again, well below tropical storm force. So, as of yet, I don't see any evidence of tropical storm winds on the coast.
What about gusts on the island? Or not on the island, but in Corpus Christi?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, Corpus Christi.
But gust.
20 knots.
All right.
So not really. Yeah. But not really anything really except for beneficial rain for them right now. Obviously, as it gets closer, you'll probably see some tropical storm force winds somewhere.
But this isn't really something they aren't used to, unlike California.
Yeah, that's something that, that's the key difference here. You have just a regular old tropical storm there and a regular old tropical storm here.
Yeah.
This one is in an area that's no stranger to even hurricanes. So
major hurricanes.
This isn't going to really be much of an effect to them. This is just their...
Just going to be a rainy day today, really.
Yeah, this is their normal range, which they want because they...
in a big drought right now. If only it could go just a little bit more north.
Actually, a little bit more north is where the worst of the drought is.
Yeah. That was good. And when was the last time a system has hit Texas? Like landfall in Texas?
In Melda, probably, but the last time that this area has been hit was during Hurricane Hannah.
Yeah, Hannah.
So for this area right here, Hannah, but we remember there was a different story there a few years ago where we had rapid intensification coming in. Here we don't have it all.
Yeah, the system is weaker right now. It took a little while to develop. It developed quicker than you thought it would.
Yeah.
When you said it could become a tropical storm right before landfall, that would spend yesterday getting an organized circulation, but then it became a tropical depression. I was shocked on that because you could tell that it's going to intensify a lot more, but it already has an organized center. But I saw some talks with you talking about how their criteria was a lot looser due to the fact that it's heading towards land. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so oftentimes, and we've seen this in the past with storms too, such as, I'll give you an example, Nestor and Olga in 2019 in the Gulf. And Claudette to some extent. We will see these storms that are in the Gulf because of the flood threat they possess, because of, in some cases, the wind and the rainfall and stuff like that. It's just naturally, factually proven that when there's a named system, people will take more advantage.
Yeah.
Keep more of an eye on it. Take it a little bit more seriously. So go. You have borderline systems all the time that are debating, should this be named, should it not be named, and a lot of those times these borderline systems are actually subjective based on the forecaster and each individual case-by-case basis. And I think this was one of these cases where they probably decided to name it a bit sooner when it's on the borderline edge, as opposed to sometimes they'll wait because of the impending land threat, the expected continued organization. So, from an agency perspective, it makes sense here because you get people to pay attention a little bit sooner when you do this.
Tropical Depression 9 sounds a lot worse than Potential Tropical Cyclone 9. And then Tropical Storm Hector sounds a lot worse than both.
Harold.
Or Harold, my bad. Breaking Bad.
Yeah, it's... the truth be told is that there's not really a whole lot of difference in what the impact is going to be. Anybody that closely follows this, that understands this, knows that. But for your general public, whatever, it's just a potential tropical storm. Or now it's a potential, now it is a tropical storm. The wind speed could be the same and the pressure could be the same, and at the next advisory they could name it. Now all of a sudden some people decide to take it seriously. So it's actually, in a way, it's just not right, the fact that it's all of a sudden now a threat or it's now dangerous, but that's the way that the public perceives it. So, yeah.
It's just like how a borderline hurricane should more likely become a hurricane, as hurricane sounds a lot more threatening than tropical storm.
Yeah.
No matter how strong the hurricane is, if it's named Hurricane, like Hurricane Harold, that'd be a lot more threatening.
Correct.
What else is going on? Yeah, so I'm not really 100% sure that's the center of the... It might be. Hold on, let me look at that again. Yeah, I don't think that that's the center. Honestly, I don't think that that's going to be the main center right down here. I don't get how they got that. I mean, I saw recon. Let me pull it up. Yeah, but I mean, I doubt the pressure got higher in that area. I'd more likely assume it's a little bit more north, like over here-ish. You can see how there was a bit of circulation up over here-ish.
Yeah, it seems to. Plus, that's a big jump too, position-wise. So it really, I think it's just more so a pretty broad and elongated center.
Yeah.
They don't exactly fix the exact center every single time. It's not like there's an eye or a clear indication of where the center is. It's an overall broad general center, and they're just trying to find the main location of it. So I think that's what it is.
But I mean, this kind of looks like the center here.
Well, either way, there's not really a whole lot of time.
Yep.
So I don't really expect that you'll see much difference in change before landfall. It's between now and then. But it is worth noting that you could see the NAC upgrade the winds at the next advisory or landfall or something, but that would really just because.
Oh, and also there's now a special marine warning for this area right here. It's been issued.
Okay.
Let me check what it's saying. I mean, obviously all of these should say waterspout possible. Yep, it says wind gusts of 49 knots. That's 60 miles an hour. So this is basically a severe thunderstorm warning, but for the bay there, or I don't know what it's called, Corpus Christi Bay, I believe. Or no, never mind. That's a little bit more north. I'm trying to look at the circulation on radar, my phone. Yeah, but I mean, like, here, I'm gonna pull up the older frames real quick. I'm pretty confident it's not down more south. Over here, it's all so similar. It's not any stark difference between the in the winds. And like how you can see one single lightning bolt just appear there. Right here, I'm gonna try and load a new radar loop. I mean, currently the center is now roughly in. I mean, this hasn't updated yet, but the center is roughly in. Come on, give me the drawing tool. Alright, so the center is around this area now, I mean, with the radar. So it's in that purple zone, so it's very hard to tell.
Yeah.
Well, why is it like that in certain ranges? Like, it's not just here, it's also down here as well. Why does radar do that?
Sometimes it's not always in range, and sometimes the viewing angle or the beam height. There's a lot of factors that could be in play.
Oh wait, sorry, hold on, I have to interrupt. There is now a tornado warning for said area, for roughly over here. A tornado warning has just been issued. Radar indicated here. I'm gonna send an image to you or on the stream, and I'm gonna pull it up on here. this is going to be velocity. Hopefully it sends pretty quickly. While that happens, I'm going to update the tornado warning total to 1.
Yeah, I've got about probably 10 minutes. I gotta go.
Alright. Guess let's cover the tornado warning and then you're gonna go.
Yep.
Okay, come on, send. It should be sending here. It might send it twice because now I'm sending it another time. Just like how earlier it sent it in twice. Let me try and get a radar loop of it. Oh yeah, yep, I see it. Hold on. I'm still trying to... I'm gonna save GIF and then I'm gonna send this as well on Discord. I hate how it takes a little while. So basically, let me try and zoom in more. This little system right down here near Kingsville, there is a bit of rotation right around here over land. Wait, has it sent yet? Right, the image has sent. Here I'm going to copy and link. It's not going to be high resolution, so... Yeah, but basically, right over... Give me my drawing tool back. There we go. Right over here there's rotation. And because you'll see this little like fuzziness, I guess you could say. Or
yeah.
or like no winds, because radar's up here, basically. And red is going to be away from the radar, so you'll notice how since this is moving this direction, red is going to be away from it. And then you'll notice this coloring, this means it's kind of in staying put. So if this is going away, and this is staying put, even though that the whole direction is this way, that shows there's a bit of rotation in that. Did the GIF send yet? Oh, nope, it sent the image in twice, like I said. The GIF is loading, but basically... Oh, did it just send? Yes, it did. Perfect. Now I'm able to show this up on stream. Actually, I'm going to replace the image on this one.
Yeah, that seems to be a water spout that's moved on land.
Yep. Oh boy, here we go. Special marine warning there, and then you'll notice these lighter reds starting to appear on this side, and then a bit of greens now on this side. So that is a really well rotation there. Haven't seen that in a bit. Like for a tornado warning to have that kind of rotation. I mean, it's obviously not like a strong couplet, but it is a very clear rotation in it.
Yeah, these weak tropical tornadoes are usually only EF0, 1, or 2, but they can still, you know, produce an isolated area of damaging winds.
Yep.
For the area that usually, like I said, they're weak and short-lived, but it's always something you got to be aware of, that at any time with a tropical system, some of these tropical tornadoes can spin up.
And so on the left side, our radar indicated 40-mile-an-hour winds. That's away from it. The right side, it's like 6-mile-an-hour winds going towards the radar. So basically, you know, it's kind of like, if you even it out, it's like 20-20 right now, miles per hour. But it's obviously a lot stronger than that. It's just based on how far away it is from radar-ish. And you can't completely capture the winds.
I don't think anything built in this area that's built up to code would really be affected by it, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm just going to try and zoom in on my phone, trying to see if there's any built homes, or if there's anything. I don't know if any buildings are here. There's a city called Loyola Beach. Yeah, so basically, here I'll highlight the little area. Loyola Beach is basically over in this area.
Yeah.
And so basically, to the north of this, I'm going to change the color of it real quick to green, just because the farming is over here, the cities are over here-ish, and the system's moving this way, so keep in mind it's over water, so it still has time to strengthen, basically. No friction, really. So wouldn't be surprised if it strengthens before striking, like, this area.
Yeah.
And then by the time it does that, it should just rapidly die off. Your typical tropical system. Tropical tornado.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to zoom into the area. It doesn't look like anything exists there. Thankfully. It's just a bunch of little islands and whatnot here. I'm going to pull up the thing on Twitter. Here, NWS tornado.
Yeah, I gotta go in about 5 minutes, but
Alright.
yeah, I'll be here for the next 5 minutes.
I mean, there is some... Oh, never mind, that is Franklin. I was going to say that there could be a system forming. I saw NAM 3 kilometer do that. Alright, here's the tornado warning. 543 people in that tornado warning. That's likely because the coast there, or like that city, Loyola Beach, right down here-ish. And the system's roughly in this area, moving that direction. No schools or hospitals. Just that we got our first tornado warning there of the day. How many tornado warnings do you think there will be?
I mean, it's hard to say. I don't expect too bad, but I'm gonna say somewhere between 3 to 10.
Alright, yeah.
I know that's a broad range, but just a guess. I could be
Because
wrong.
there were only 3 tornado warnings, basically. 3 tornado warnings in... Oh, jeez. 3 tornado warnings in Southern California. Basically that whole day.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean... And that one had a good 5% chance, and only one tried to form there. In that... No, actually, none of them tried to form in the 5% range.
Yeah.
And I believe I can look up SPC storm reports on that day. There should be just one tornado report, at least. Nope, it doesn't show it, but yeah, there was imagery of a tornado there in that area. Alright, let me pull this up again. And so let me look on latest frame on radar. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to show it on stream immediately. Alright, so basically, the area it's at right now is roughly over here-ish. It's weakening, kind of.
Yeah.
But meaning now its trajectory is actually more of a this movement. So, I mean, yeah, it could impact this area. But since it's kind of weakening right now, it can't be ruled out that it will die out right now. Hopefully that's the case. Obviously, it's not going to be... Yep. I mean, hopefully it won't cause many impacts in the area. Don't want to jinx it. But yeah, in theory, it shouldn't really impact as badly as a actual really bad tornado. Okay, now I'm seeing the 65 mile an hour winds on radar, basically over here-ish. Alright, so when does the what just happened? Alright, there we go. When does this tornado warning expire? Oh, they continued it. They shrunk the warning. Okay, so some other people lived in, and so they left this part out where some people live, and a little bit over here. So now we're down from 543 to 267 people who are in that warning, roughly.
Yeah. In an unrelated news, this isn't Atlantic, and I know that's the main thing, but I find it funny. Dora has now moved back into the sea pack.
Yes.
The subtropical depression. That's just funny. It refuses to die like
Is
Freddy.
it still a subtropical depression?
Yeah, and you can actually see the LLC. It's pretty clearly.
Yeah, I saw that last night.
I'm gonna.
I thought it was post-tropical.
I think it was too, but it seems to have reversed the process.
Where is it right now?
It's just on the other side of the CPAC.
Here, right?
Should be somewhere.
Yeah, because this line right here is going to be the I was gonna say equator.
IDL.
Yeah. So here, hold on. I'm gonna pull up the wind animation. Right, actually, I'm gonna just play a 3-hour animation real quick on this. Come on. Right, but I mean, Dora, like, I was surprised not to see anyone make animations on it, because people try and jump on that, make animations as soon as something dies. And I was trying to make an animation on it, but then it tried to reform, and it did.
It's got to be done now because it's over sub 26C, and it's just continuously.
Oh yeah, I see the circulation, kind of right over here-ish.
So it's done.
Yep. All right, so the tornado should be. Let me just double check one last time. Alright, we got a pixel of green, 1 pixel. Yeah, but basically it's not as big as a threat as it initially was.
Yeah.
So Riley, if you're ready to go, I'll still be doing this.
I gotta go.
Thank you, though. Thank you for staying on that.
Yeah, probably. If you're on later today, I'll be available for it, but
I'll probably be ending at noonish. Noon to 1 p.m.
I might or might not be able to come back before then. I'm not sure yet, but
yeah,
all right,
that's fine.
Thanks for having me on the live coverage.
Thank you for being here.
Yep, and until next time.
Yep.
All right, I'll see you later.
All right, so he's gone. It's just me right now. Random Pock YT says Hurricane Hannah 2.0. I doubt. I mean, it is very, very similar to Hurricane Hannah. Kind of. It went the same way, kind of making landfall in the same place, but it's not as strong. If that makes sense. And the center is likely. Since it's likely, you know, this system right here, right over here-ish. Let me check how far away it is from land. Maybe 60 miles away from land. And then after it makes landfall, we'll be probably doing another hour of coverage. I mean, like, we're doing it now up until an hour after landfall, roughly. And then after that, that should be the last live coverage in a while, depending on what Franklin is trying to do. We might be able to get a live stream right before Franklin hits. But yeah, this is a, let me pull up Harold's infrared and see how all these little bands are going inland. And then you got all these new convective bursts happening near the, like, this stuff is going to be going inland eventually. Let me check up that tornado warning. Here, I'm gonna try and post this real quick. It's Harold, right? Yeah. Come on, man. It'll be interesting to see what happens tonight. Oops, I had 2 tabs open with that. Yeah, but you can see all the convective bursts occurring here. I'm going to play another 3-hour... Sorry, I'm going to be eating a little bit. There it is. You can see these bursts happening. You can see how organized it is on these 3 quadrants. The southwest, the... Oh shoot! Oh yeah, it's becoming daytime. We're gonna see visible imagery on Harold. Here, there should be a mesosector for this. Yes, there is. All right. It's hard to tell where it is right now. I'm gonna pull up it on normal tropical tidbits imagery. And so here it's still hard to tell where the center is in all this. It might actually not be, based off where radar showed it was. Here I'm going to try and pull up a new loop of this. Give me one moment. Wait a second, there are 2 rotations, or 3 or 4? What? Yeah, something weird's happening inland. It looks like 4 water spouts are trying to develop one after another. That is weird. Yep, they have extended the tornado warning more inland. I'm going to pull this up. Tornado warning including Kennedy County, Texas, so 8:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. 32 people are in it. And this is likely a water spout right now that's going to be moving on land to become a tornado. Oh my bad, I didn't call one. Earthquake's trending for some reason. Let me just check that out. What the heck? What the heck? Oh man, people are abusing the tag. Alright, well here, I'm gonna zoom in closer to its actual center then. It's kind of hard to see because it's just turning day. And you're not able to see many frames of the swirl. And also take a look at how far that rain band is extending the these right here into Mexico. It's likely just bringing gusty winds. And it is heavy rainfall, but it's likely not going to be occurring for as long as you'd think. So man, this system is very disorganized. If this is its center, I honestly think it was this. That just make the most sense. Velocity showed that as well. Let me pull up radar on. Here, I'm gonna pull up radar. So I have to send it to Discord, and then I'm gonna pull it up on here. And then I'll try and get a velocity GIF as well. I can't really. Here, I'll pull this up. Because in the GIF you'll see multiple rotations. I'm pulling it up right now, or trying to send it to Discord. I'm going to be sending two different things. Just have to wait for it to load. Alright, got one of them. Alright, time to replace the old imagery. This is what it used to look like. This is what it's like right now. You can see how fast it's moving. And this seems like the center, somewhere in here. Looks like this part right here, the northern part of it. But you'll also see the tornado warnings as this line of storms is moving in. And it has perfect spin opportunity. But you'll see the special marine warning that was first issued, the old tornado warning, and here's the new one. Yeah, but this really looks like the center of it. Which that would mean that I'd have to make landfall somewhere here. It's weird though seeing how bad the circulation is, because it could be either in here or in here. Velocity should be sending soon. There it is, right? This will show you all the tornadoes, or like radar indicated spins. Alright, so the first one looks like it was right here for a moment. Moving this way. You'll see it briefly. Then we got, here we'll follow it. This thing right here. You'll see it. And then we got another one. Basically, it's right here and here are the two recent things. Is it has no friction when it's over water, so it's perfect for a little water spouts to spin up. And then on land as well, it has very little friction because it's like a marshland and also parts of farmland as well. And you'll notice the direction they're spinning around the Herald. Herald's about 60 miles or so that way. Or hold on, I curved that wrong. 60 miles around that way. So as this moves in, it's going to be moving. The bands will be curving more and more inland. I'm going to see if they made an update. I'm going to see if there's any new tropical storm warnings, like an inland kind of thing. Brooks County is having an outage right now. 2% of their customers are out right now. Alright, hold on. Let me pull up. I use something called paint.net, and I use this to show every single tropical warning that has happened throughout the year. And so that's what I'm trying to track right now. Sorry guys, right now I'm just trying to pull up something. My bad. So that has a warning. I'm trying to see which has warnings and which don't. That has a warning. And so does part of this. Oh shoot. How did that work? Oh, tolerance needs to go all the way down, I guess. Because this stuff is blue. I'm going to show it on stream, don't worry. Because these are all the tropical storm warnings and tropical storm watches in effect right now. So I'm currently making it so you all can't see it right now. But when I make it, it's going to look pretty cool, I guess. But just give me a moment to do this. Alright, yeah, I think I got it. Alright, file. Save as tropical warnings 8-22.png. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna show it on stream. Just give me 10 more seconds. Just gotta do this. Alright, here we go. These are all the tropical warnings that have been throughout the year. There's California's, there's Hawaii's, and these are all active warnings that are currently ongoing from Tropical Storm Harold. The low is... Oh god, really? Alright, the low is roughly over here-ish, and the track is going to be moving like this. So all this area over here could get tropical storm conditions. In this area, they're not so sure. It just it depends on if the wind field's expanded. But yeah, these counties just got their new tropical storm warning. That was not there earlier. Yeah, but there's that. Here's the current radar imagery of the system, courtesy of Radar Scope. Let me see what else I can show. And because there is still a tornado warning in effect in the area. Because basically right over, I'll show it. Over here-ish, this is where the tornado warning is multiple cells are trying to move in there, you'll notice that. This band is basically done for. I believe convection or infrared imagery should show it. Yeah, there it is, kind of. I think that's a bit delayed, right? Yeah. Yeah, but you'll see all this stuff. The rain is, I think they're talking about this band right here-ish, on the edge. I don't know, though. I'm gonna check if there's anything new with the tornado warnings. Because one of them expires in 10 minutes. Alright, they shrunk the tornado warning. Tornado warning continues for Kennedy County, Texas until 8:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. There it is. Now 16 people are in that warning. And that's really our only tornado warning for right now. And visible imagery is now, like, you know, it's coming in right now, so we're able to try and figure out where that low-level circulation is that we couldn't see before. Alright, so some things to note is you can tell that this is moving this way. I'm trying to find some that are going the other way, kind of like this. So it's definitely somewhere in here, actually. Wondering if radar shows that as well. Yeah, so I'm wondering if it is actually in... Well, let me just check this again. Something I've been noticing, though, is with this right here. You'll notice how it does another expansion. I'm not really seeing anything that indicates it's over here. What I'm really seeing is this. And then we got this right here. So it's kind of confusing when this occurs because it looks like the low's over here. Let me look at minute by minute imagery. There we go. Now it's all in day. I can't really tell where it is right now. Something I can tell, though, is the convection blowups. You'll notice them mainly right here. And then you'll see some spots like right over here, blowing up, and then right down here. Some spots over here. But you'll notice multiple clouds right over here fizzling up. Same with some spots like right there, right there, right there. Over here, here, here. So I mean, it is on the up right now. I mean, if you look at infrared here, you can see I'm at around minus 70 degrees Celsius, minus 75. But it looks like landfall isn't that far away. If this is truly its center, it's around 50 miles away, and this is around 33 miles. Depending on where the center actually is, it can be 30 to 50 miles away from landfall. It's around at least 30, I'd say. But we should be very, very close to landfall. Because this is the last 3 hours. So here, if I measure how far it's been going for the past 3 hours. It's roughly 20 miles an hour, so within the next 3 hours, likely. But it could be as little as 1.5 hours. So that's going to be interesting to see. And because you can see how, like, you know, all of this is clearly... Hold on, I'm going to stop it. Yeah, hold on. All of this right here, you can see all of this is moving that direction. And then you'll notice some of these move this direction for a moment, and then they turn around and go the other direction. Which shows the fact that there is something in this right now. Like this, like this goes all the way up here, this goes down, and this kind of curves this way. So I mean, the low is in here somewhere. I mean, it could be down here, but it could also be, according to radar, up here. And just so you know, this stuff has expired over here. And then part of this is expired, so it's just this warning right here. Yeah, but you can see what looks like the low. And so we still are at 1 flash flood warning. But you all can see it on stream, right? Yep, right. Nice. Alright, and also I'd like to go over the threats for those of you who have just joined in and spiking up in viewership. Thank you all so much. There is several different threats. There's 3 main threats with this system, alright? Or actually 4, my bad. There is going to be the rain threat right over here, okay? And, like, you know, you can see all the rain here. This is all rain. The brighter yellows are the more intense rain. It's moving in, and so basically the National Hurricane Center, it shows this area in Texas getting 2 to 4 inches of rain right through here, and then a little bit of 4 to 6 inches of rain for parts of Mexico. And a better model, in my opinion, is the HRRR. Hold on, oops, my bad, did not mean to do that. Let me pull that up. Or I mean the RGEM. RGEM is a good model for this. It's basically a mesoscale model which can show you a good rainfall estimate. So this is where it roughly is right now-ish. You can see the rain bands impacting parts of Texas, and then you got all these new bands coming in. Then we got, this is Eastern time, so Central time it's 8 a.m. There's 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we're getting to the afternoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, so this is midnight tomorrow. You can see all the circulation there, and you can see all the intense rainfall amounts over parts of Mexico. That's around 2 inches per hour when you see the pinks. So if something like that stalls for 2 different frames, you'll notice like this stalls for 4 frames this region. That's like 2 inches per hour for 2 hours. That'd be like 4 inches of rain there, and that'd be a flash flood threat. And actually the rainfall, if you watch its trail, you'll notice it makes it all the way over to 2 parts of Arizona and New Mexico there. They're at the border right there, and then they dissipate. So, I mean, depending on how fast this is, it could make it over there with a circulation. As the terrain over here is relatively flat, it isn't until you get all the way down, like here-ish, that you get to the higher mountaintops that would shred its core. But rainfall totals... wrong thing. Rainfall totals, you'll be able to see the track it makes through New Mexico and Arizona. Alright, so basically, these yellows indicate areas of up to 10 inches of rain. The dark reds are up to like 6 inches of rain. You can see them all over here. And then the light pinks are up to 2 to 5 inches of rain. So like all this area right here is 2 to 5 inches of rain, and then parts of here, and then a little bit over here. And then the blues are at least half an inch. Like the dark blues are half an inch, the lighter blues are up to 2 inches. So all the way over here, you could see around an inch of rain. And then the greens are just like little bits of rain. Like you do have a chance of getting rain, but not flooding level. But you can see how bad this is over here. Like this is just in a matter of hours. Like within 12 hours, you could get around 12 inches of rain, which that could cause some serious flash flooding. But that's only one of the threats. Another threat you got is the high winds. Winds of tropical storm force are likely already hitting the coast. Based on the National Hurricane Center, the latest data there would show that the tropical storm force winds are likely over here-ish. So Corpus Christi could be getting tropical storm force winds or near that. And parts of the coast should also be getting tropical storm force winds. And then another threat we have is storm surge. Because of how fast it is going to be bringing a bit of storm surge onto parts of Mexico, or Texas. From Sargent all the way down to Mount of the Rio Grande, we got 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. In Baffin Bay, Corpus Christi Bay, and Matagorda Bay, you could receive up to 3 feet of storm surge in this area. And it's likely going to be on the northern side, so roughly from here all the way to here should get the highest rainfall amounts. That's the area from 1 to 3 feet, basically. This is all stuff that could be like 1 to 2 feet of storm surge, or even less, or even none. But because the center's around here and it's pushing the water inland because of those high winds, that's where you can get a bit of storm surge. It's not as bad as like Ian's 18 feet of storm surge, but it still is a bad amount of storm surge nonetheless. Like, it is still storm surge. And then we also have a tornado threat. We've already had a tornado warning, but there is a 2% chance of tornadoes there. Basically, the lows here, it's going to be spitting in cells into this area. And the Gulf of Mexico is extremely warm right now, and so when the system's over here, it's still going to be pulling in moisture into the area. And keep in mind, with this spin, little cells will try and develop, and all they need to do is they need to counteract that steering, and then they'll develop a rotation, and that's when you can get potential tornadoes. Once again, it's not as bad as like most tornadoes at like EF5 or EF4, but I mean, it still could be a tornado nonetheless. So make sure you can get proper warnings easily. We've already had 1 tornado warning. Oh shoot. Eek. Right, we've already had 1 tornado warning so far. And you can see all the rain mans over down here. But yeah, another thing that's quite worrying though is that there is a critical fire condition right now. The system sadly will not be bringing rain over to the area. Rainfall really just stops at around this area, so all of this is just going to be, it's not going to be good. It did not go over the drought, or most of the drought. If I go to US Drought Monitor, you'll be able to see Texas's drought right now over here. And you can see how this will significantly help the drought, like in this part. And it could potentially erase the drought. But the worst of the drought is to the north of it, where all the critical fire conditions are. But if you're in southern Texas, that's when you can get worse conditions. Let me see if they updated the tornado warning at all, or if it's gone. Let me check on my phone. Yes, the tornado warning is gone. But there is still potential for more tornadoes or more water spouts. I've already noticed that some water spouts could be occurring in this area. It does have strong rotation, and it has weakened though, as it's now hitting land. I'm surprised they did not issue another tornado warning for this system. But that now means we have finished our first tornado warning. I'm going to update that graphic to 0 out of 1. Because there's 0 ongoing right now, and there was 1 in total so far. There is no flash flood warnings. I'm going to check if there was a flood watch here. Let me look at the Storm Prediction Center. Not here, my bad. I believe there's a huge flood watch in that area. I'm going to pull it up on my phone real quick just to see how expansive those warnings are, or the watches are. Yeah, but power outages are beginning already. If I go up to US power outage, and parts of Texas are without power right now. Of course, California is the worst, 22,000. But parts of Texas, 7,000. Mainly down, yeah, there's some over here, but these are the counties that are gonna be getting hit right now. See, like roughly 5 to 10% of the area getting power outages. With higher winds. Let me check something. And yeah, so basically, you'll notice all these little cells right here, and these are the ones that can become tornadic. And also, we got another cluster that's going to be moving into the area pretty soon, within the next hour or so. Alright, but here we go. Now we're able to locate the center a bit better. Dang, that's so hard. Look at this one. I know it has not made landfall. I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah, I think I was able to wrap it up in there. Yeah, it does look like it's in there. You can clearly see the rotation on the lower bits of clouds. So it's definitely somewhere hidden inside of there. That would make the trajectory a little bit more north. I mean, it seems like it's been in here. And because if you look at this area roughly, you'll notice that the circulation, and you'll notice the trail of that circulation as well. So it's been going west-northwest, just slightly to the north. And you know, that's where the if that hits near Corpus, or like near this area roughly, then Corpus Christi, Corpus Christi is already getting hit with the heavy rainfall from this. So let me look at how far away it is from the coast right now. And roughly 50 miles. And let me look at the old dot from the National Hurricane Center. Nearly 30 miles. Yeah, anywhere from 30 to 50 miles is from the coast. So we basically got another like 3 hours or 2.5 hours or less until it's a landfall. Since the system has been moving at around alright, good, just want to make sure I'm still streaming. Alright. It has been moving at around 20 miles an hour, so I mean, if it's max 50 miles away, that'd be around 2.5 hours until it makes its landfall. But it's likely going to be quicker than that, as it is speeding up, actually. Alright, how about let's cover the other tropics right now. Oh yeah, something I have not covered is, I'm wondering if they named it yet, real quick. No, okay. What the heck? Alright, yeah, so basically, this system has a low-level circulation on it already. It's hard to see, but it's all these like little fuzzy clouds on the bottom. And you'll notice how they're spinning around something right over here. And that system is likely going to develop and potentially strike Japan. Potentially as a typhoon. It just needs to get its act together if it wants to do that. You see both ensembles agree with this. It's going to turn a little bit more north, so it does have an opportunity to miss the area. That'd be very nice if it does. Japan has been impacted enough. Then we also have Invest 91W, which is also popping up a circulation, kind of. It looks very well organized from where it's at right now. But for some reason, ensembles take it as a triangle, just going up, then down. I haven't seen that before. I don't know why it wants to. And then for some reason, one ensemble takes it all the way to Taiwan as a powerful Category 5. Remember, there's like 50 plus ensembles, so that's likely not going to happen. So we have Invest 92L right now, which is a tropical wave that's been trying to get more and more organized off of Cape Verde. It's trying its best to get a circulation going. It's kind of hard to tell, because this side is going that way as well. But its circulation is trying to develop roughly here, you know, like right around here. And this system is going to be tracking to the tracking a bit to the north. You see how it's just different colors, is its intensity will go up, down, up, down. But yeah, it could become a tropical storm. It was looking like it could even become a hurricane earlier, but model support has significantly dropped. Right, now we also have Gertz. Gertz is in the is nearing the Greater Antilles right now. It's likely going to become a remnant low pretty soon. It's getting sheared away from Franklin right now. Franklin is trying to shear it all the convection away from it. See little bursts, just tiny little clouds. And this system is not expected to impact land. Actually, for some reason, ensembles take it doing a loop for some reason. I've not seen that yet. It takes it going for a loop, literally. But then, yeah, most things actually take it back into the Caribbean for some reason. Oh, and yeah, it's looking like a remnant low now, remnants of Gert. Then we also have Franklin. Franklin's going to be a big threat to land. It is looking disorganized right now. Its center is somewhere in all of this. Here, let me pull up visible imagery. Yeah, its center is somewhere in all of this. Yeah, and the system should be turning to the north pretty soon. Yeah, it's been doing one of these maneuvers that way. But after this, it will turn to the north, and then it's going to be curved to the east before it's getting dragged to the north by a trough that's trying to dip down. I mean, initially what's happening is a trough is going to be down here, and that was supposed to strengthen it. But because it was stalling for so long, it is going to be the trough will be roughly here by then. So, I mean, by the time it gets over there, it's going to be gone. So a new trough is trying to extend down, and if that does work, it could slam a system into Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. And it's looking unlikely, but it still could happen. Here was the latest GFS run, and this shows all systems. We got Harold right here making landfall in Texas. Here, I need to turn it to red. Alright, we got Harold making landfall in Texas. We got Franklin, a weak system but strengthening. The remnants of Emily, which could reform. 92L, and then here's Gertz. If I go to 24 hours out from now, here's the remnants of Harold, right there moving inland. Then we got Franklin, which is now beginning to move north. We got Emily. We got a cold front that's now trying to extend down. This is part of the trough that was supposed to take Franklin up some more. This is 92L, which doesn't seem like it will form anymore, really. Oh, yeah, and then here is the Here's Gert trying to move that direction. And then by hour 48, Harold's remnants are now into Arizona and New Mexico. Franklin is developing, and here's Gert. Gert's getting sucked up into Franklin. We got an area of interest down south of Mexico, which could try and develop. Here's the cold front, beginning to extend down towards Emily. We got 92L, which is weakening. Alright, 72 hours. Harold is gone. Here is the potential tropical system in the eastern Pacific. This is Franklin. This is the cold front with the trough that was trying to bring over Franklin, but since it stalled too much, it's not going to do anything. Here's post-tropical Emily. This is 92L. Alright, now let me go to 96 hours in. Here, hold on, let me do that again. So there's the cold front. Emily's now embedded in it. Franklin's stalling and intensifying. The system in the eastern Pacific is also intensifying. 92L is dead. And then if I go into day 5, see, there's Emily's remnants. There's a new cold front trying to develop with a new trough. This is the system near Mexico. We go to day 6. Here, hold on, let me go back some just to double check. And so here's the cold front, kind of. And then that's basically the trough right down here-ish. Here's the system slamming into Mexico. And Emily's roughly over here-ish. Tropical wave is dead. And let me go to day 6. Day 6, the system near Mexico is dead. Here's the system trying to interact with the with Franklin. And the trough's down here. And then if I go down to day 1, day 8, and this is when things become more inaccurate. This is the trough right here, and what the trough does is the trough is a low pressure, so it's trying to attract the low pressure towards it. And then so that's why the system's over there, and it's beginning to turn post-tropical. Here it is slamming Nova Scotia, then Newfoundland. Then here it is on day 9. You can see how broad it is because now it's embedded in that cold front. And then here is the trough that's then still bringing it that way. If we go into day 10, you'll see it slamming into Greenland. There's the trough, so that's how it's moving inland, or basically. And that's for the next 10 days, basically. Hopefully that made sense. Anyways, that's all systems there. Now let me go over to the Western Pacific. This is another interesting set of things. Because basically we got two systems in this. Oh, my bad. We got 90W and 91W, I believe. Hold on, let me just double check that. $90W and 91W, yes. So basically, you'll notice that this is a broad circulation trying to develop. It makes it easier to rapidly intensify, and then leaves that circulation, tries to develop, and then leaves. You'll notice it leaves, does one of these maneuvers. And then everything past this point is basically speculation on what could happen. And because this is like by day 9, you'd be seeing 2 new major typhoons, but that's unlikely. it's not really been consistent, I don't think. Let me pull up the last model run. Kind of. But I mean, like, anything, the GFS normally likes to spawn things in there. Alright, so back to Harold, which is approaching the coast of Texas, nearing a landfall very, very shortly. Not very shortly, but like within the next 2 to 3 hours. Actually, 1 to 3 hours. Sorry, I'm eating right now. Woke up at 5 in the morning, ready to do this. So remember, if you all have any questions about what's going on, I'd be really glad to answer. I'm wondering what humidity shows right now. Yeah, you can see how much moisture there is. If I zoom out, you can see how dry the air is just north of it. Here, let me load that in. Yeah, but it's just all gonna be moist there, basically. Oh, my bad. Alright, back to this. I do not think the circulation's down there. Wait one moment, I will talk in a moment. Alright, here we go. Now you can start seeing cells develop near Beeville, Victoria, Alice. And so basically this area, this is where cells are already starting to fire up. And since they do have the spin, they could become tornadic. Also, more and more power outages are occurring. Alright, the center of the system has updated. The center has allegedly changed. Alright, update. Harold strengthens and reforms to the north. Radar images and surface observations indicate that the center of Harold has reformed to the north of the previous estimated position and has strengthened. Maximum sustained winds are now estimated at 50 miles per hour. Alright, so they did update its position, so it is up over here. It has reformed in that, alright. I'm going to make sure there's no flash flood warnings or anything like that. Alright, a mesoscale discussion was just issued for the area. Isolated storms may become strong. Oh, my bad. Isolated storms may become strong enough to produce a tornado or two as Tropical Storm Harold approaches. Concerning severe potential, watch unlikely, watch probability 20%. Summary: isolated storms may become strong enough to produce a tornado or two as Tropical Storm Harold continues eastward into the lower/middle Texas coast and Texas coastal plain. Discussion: latest regional radar imagery shows the center of Tropical Storm Harold is about 85 miles northeast of BRO, 85 miles south of CRP, moving westward at 16 knots. Robust low to mid-level wind fields associated with this system continue to spread inland, showing a large area of 50 knots, easterlies from 3 to 6 kilometers. The wind field, with the wind fields are fostering fast storm motion of due west around 30 to 35 knots. As in typical in tropical scenarios, most storms appear to have relevantly shallow updraft in short duration, limiting the ability for updraft rotation and tornado production. That being said, any updrafts that are able to persist and deepen, usually indicated by the presence of lightning and more deviant northwestward storm motion, could produce brief tornadoes. Current trends do not show any convective bands with storms exhibiting these characteristics. However, there is enough buoyancy in place to suggest this deepen could happen quickly, particularly in areas where cloud breaks allow for greater heating and/or higher theody closer to the center of the system. Current expectation is for isolated, short-lived nature of any deeper convection to limit the need for a watch. Even so, convective trends will be monitored closely. This was issued a couple of minutes ago. Roughly 13 minutes ago, there it is. Yeah, so this is becoming it has a slight tornado threat right now, but oh, sorry. Jeez, what the? My bad. Blooper. But yeah, the center has been repositioned to roughly over here, and it is speeding towards the coast right now. Yeah, within 55 miles of the coast right now. Yeah, I was thinking that was the new center. Sorry, I have not checked the sub count. I'm going to update the amount donated. Nice, alright. 643 subscribers. New, that is $38 donated so far. I'm going to take a look at Franklin right now. It's Puerto Rico's rain, you can see. This is all associated with Franklin down on the bottom. And so it's not that bad right now. They could see a couple of inches of rainfall, but that's about it. And then Gert's down here, just gone. And so the next advisory should be issued within the next 43 minutes on Franklin and other systems. It's going to be the 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that. Waiting on them to extend this more north, because if since that's the new center, this should be extended a lot more north. So I'm going to look at some wind probabilities. Yeah, so this was before the change. 43% chance in Corpus Christi. Yeah, you got some others. I'm gonna pull that up actually. Yeah, you can see how fast it moves. Let me see if they made an advisories yet. Nope. I mean, you can see all the rain from the remnants of Hillary. Well, that's cool. You can see a little bit of spin near the coast of California. It's nothing big. Yeah, but the heaviest rain bands are very close to approaching land. Even if it's not the center of the storm, this is the area with the worst impacts, as tropical storm force winds are likely already impacting the coast. Once again, if you want to ask any questions related to the system, I'd be happy to answer. Yeah, and you can see how massive the system is in both directions. The thing is, the more west you go, the less of a rain threat it is. Keep in mind though that this is not the center down here. And these, I think that they might cancel this as I don't think the wind field is that large. Yeah, but you can see the core looking kind of nice. It's there on 3 quadrants now instead of just the northern side. It's made the western side. You can tell that because earlier in the loop you'll see how it's just nothing on the left, and then it starts wrapping that moisture around. Yeah, here's the imagery. They found out that the center has died there. Let me look at if there's any new clouds bursting. Yeah, you can tell how there's so much more development out to sea than it lands right now. Let me pour them out. Like, for example, down here, there's a bunch trying to form. We got little bursts of clouds everywhere, basically. Whizzling up, but mainly over to the coast right down here. I'm gonna try and look on radar, see what that is. Oh shoot, that is a nice looking hook on the system. Oh my god, hold on, I'm gonna show this on stream in a moment. But man, that looks powerful. I am going to pull this up on stream in a moment. I'm sending it to my computer. Trust me, this is going to be interesting to see. You don't want to miss that. As on radar, you can clearly see the... I'm trying to pull it up. You can clearly see a little hook that's developing. And keep in mind, this is just a little bit behind. One. Load. Sorry guys, just wait on this. It's almost ready. Alright, but while that's happening, you can see the these rain bands have rapidly organized. And that's why now the core has nearly all quadrants ready. Alright, now I'm ready to show you all the link or the radar. You can see how this is what it looked like before. Pretty organized. Now there it is now. Now I want you all to look at that hook right at the end. And it has the orange color shows it's very strong right then. Which if it was a full ring of that, that would be a clear category 5. But it isn't right now. Just want to state that. Because it has to have the full ring of it, and it doesn't. And if it did that, it wouldn't have a full ring of orange on there. And the orange is around, this is what we call dBz, decibels, kind of 40, at least 40. Dang it, there's no good radar nearby. I'm gonna pull up the single image as well. There now, hold on. You can see what others are thinking right now. But it is looking very organized right now on that latest imagery of it. Because you can just see a clear circle in it. Oh shoot, my Discord crashed. Try hoping my stream's still working. Alright, so basically this could be as high as 65 miles an hour. Our team has estimated that. 55 knots likely. I mean, that is extremely organized, and that has happened super rapidly. So a hurricane can no longer really be ruled out anymore because of that structure. I mean, Zoom Earth doesn't really show it as well. It's more of a lower resolution. And it's actually trying to wrap around the hook of it. And the system is around... Oh yeah, I forgot how outdated my radar is. It is actually around 5 miles away from the coast. We got storm chasers there. I'm sorry, the music stopped. Hello, Carson. Dang, so I don't actually think it's going to make hurricane chase anymore. Alright, hold on, I'm about to make an announcement. Yeah, so it's likely 65 miles an hour right now. Thank you, Carson. Let me post this. Alright, Carson, do you have any questions about the system? Or just talk to me about anything you want me to tell you about it. I'd love to talk about it. Carson, anything. As it's about to make landfall. Don't have much time before that. I mean, that is around 5 miles. A 5-mile distance. Oh, my bad. Sorry about the drawing. It's on computer. Alright, I'm about to make an announcement on it. Yeah, the thing is, though, they weren't expecting it to be in that position, roughly. Or, I mean, like, they thought it was all the way down here, roughly. And so, they had to jump positions. And so and at the time of the update, it looked like the center was about right here, so it wasn't exactly all that organized. And the core of it now is really strong right now. I'm getting ready to post this on the server because it's super close to a landfall. It's mainly due to the coastline and land friction, which is causing this to organize. Hold on, let me pull this up on this. This resolution is a lot higher. Let me post this out. Herald, rapidly organizing near hurricanes. Alright, so a bunch more people should be coming in. Oh, yeah, they should. I think that the 11 a.m. one they're going to save for the landfall update. They're probably going to say Harold has made landfall. They issued the GERT one, as in the GERT is a remnant low right now. Post-tropical cyclone GERTs. Yeah, they made Harold strengthens and reforms to the north. Poorly organized Franklin drifting westward. That was on their latest one. But GERT becomes a post-tropical remnant low. This is the final advisory. So the discussion should be out for it. GERT has finally succumbed to the very unfavorable environment. Yep. Is now a remnant low, likely. Oh, okay, they're gonna have it do a loop, probably. Just gotta wait for that cone to come out, and Harold's cone. Yeah, but man, that is close to a landfall. Yeah, well, I mean, GERT, the tropical depression, was expected to form, but I mean, considering the, yeah, it is. But considering the fact that it became a tropical storm, that was not expected at all. It was just an ASCAT pass. If it weren't for that, it would stay tropical depression, I believe. But yeah, so I'm gonna pull up a newer loop, and the thing is with the radar of since the radar's up here-ish, and the beams basically go like, this is towards the radar, and then this is away from the radar. Basically, it kind of looks weird because basically there is a gray line that goes right down here. That's where there's no movement, okay? Because it's basically just because some of it's going straight down, kind of, or it's just, it's weird on how this works. But I mean, there's a gray line that's kind of right angled here-ish, and then there's a green line for, you know, it's going towards the radar, and then there's a red line that's away from it. And so basically, based on the positioning of Harold, it's hard to get a good idea of the winds based on radar, at least, like wind gust, because of its positioning. But it is about to make landfall. I'm going to send in the newest loop, because it has just decided to weaken. And it is very, very close. I mean, its structure got, its structure really, really quickly intensified. Or, I mean, like, it repaired itself completely and then some. Alright, I'm sending myself the newest loop of it. Yeah, it's kind of like an eye wall, yeah. You can't see it on visible, though, just because of all the convection there. Here, it's just radar always shows an eye wall there. And this is something you need microwave imagery to see. If it weren't for the radar, you wouldn't know that it was this powerful. Alright, I got the loop. I'm gonna put it and replace this. And you'll see how close it is. It's kind of getting destroyed, but I mean, it's maintaining that same kind of structure. It's nearly made landfall. And it's about 3 miles away from making that landfall. Like, from here to here, it's 3 miles. And then if you're talking about inland, it's around 5.5 miles from here to here. It's roughly 5. Or, I mean, like, from the center, like, here to here, that's 3. Then here to here, it's 5. If that makes sense. Alright, Mac Jones World, it is likely 65 miles an hour due to the structure and land friction. It's going to be interesting to see what the National Hurricane Center puts out within the next 18 minutes. Because I don't think that they're going to stall on this. Yeah, Zoom Earth doesn't really do us any good. You can see how Zoom Earth now is, like, since Zoom Earth is so far behind, they're like 20 minutes behind. You can see now it's finally showing the good structure. Well, let me look at the National Hurricane Center's website. No, they still have Harold there. They haven't issued the new advisory on Franklin. They got 18 more minutes to do this. Yeah, so Harold tried to make a run for hurricane status. If it weren't for that land friction, though, or I mean, if it weren't for like about to make landfall, then I can't really do that. And we can see how well that circulation was for a brief moment before it got filled in with clouds. You can see how there was two for a moment. There was two little loops, kind of. And how one of them just faded away. Yeah, but now the core is impacting lands. Basically, it's not the eye yet, but it's just the side of it, the eye wall, kind of. Yeah, I mean, I guess that is the eye wall, yeah. It's not as strong as like a hurricane, like a major hurricane, as in it's only a tropical storm, but still you can clearly see its eye wall. Alright, it has likely made landfall. I am going to be making the landfall advisory, or landfall update. Actually, I'm going to wait just a little bit to see what the National Hurricane Center does. Oh, and because it's coming inland right now, there are radar indicated wind gusts of over 70 miles an hour over land. Also, I'm gonna try and take a look at the amount of flash flooding that's really going on. Yeah, some spots have over 4 inches of rain where the center's going. Or not the center, just north of it. Alright, I'm trying to pull it up right now. Yeah, but there you can clearly tell that it's... I mean, that's not it yet. But I mean, I'm going to make the landfall graphic, but it has indeed made landfall. I'm going to be refreshing the National Hurricane Center's website. Franklin just had their newest advisory. Significant and potentially life-threatening flash flooding possible over Hispaniola through Wednesday. No difference. Let me look at their new cone that they made. Also, this is Gert's cone. You can see how it does a circular motion. And then this is Franklin's new cone. Let me look at its new peak. 80 miles an hour still. Alright, come on, give me the thing. There it is. Here, hold on, I'm gonna take a look at that loop one last time. Alright, time to post it in an update. Oops, wrong thing. I'll show you all the image once I make it. Yeah, Recon did find 55 knot winds, but because of how high they were flying, it's around 75%, so it's around 50 miles an hour on Recon. But because of the structure and that Recon is not in the system right now, it's likely strengthened to around 55 knots. If that makes sense, I think. Yeah, but the system did indeed make landfall. Uh-oh. My mouse isn't working right now. Come on. Come on. There we go. Alright, so, yep, the system did indeed make landfall. I'm still waiting on the National Hurricane Center to update theirs. Because they should be updating theirs any moment. Sorry about no music right now. It's trying to work. I am making the graphic. That's why the stream might be a little bit laggy. Come on. Oh my god, everything is so laggy all of a sudden. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. It does not like me trying to make a graphic. Oh my god. I don't know what's happening. There we go, now that kind of works. Yeah, it would look better than Barry. My bad, now I'm able to see live stream chat. But yeah, this system is... It's crazy how quickly it organized. I don't know if you all remember 98L of last year. 98L tried to do the same exact thing where, I mean, it formed over land, roughly, because of land friction. I don't know if you all remember that. Carson, do you remember that? Yeah. But still, it wasn't expected to form until land friction came in. I have to make the update on Gertz. Oh shoot. Okay, our first flash flood warning has been issued. And the flash flood warning is in effect for Corpus Christi. Here, I'm just going to try and get high resolution visible imagery. Yeah, but basically, I'm going to try and pull up the flash flood warning in a moment. Oh shoot, I saved it as a video, not as a... Hold on. I'm going to be sending this to the stream in a moment. Has the National Hurricane Center updated yet? Let's check. Harold makes landfall on Padre Island, Texas. Heavy rainfall and tropical storm force winds expected during the next several hours. They kept it at 50 miles an hour. That's weird. Yeah, Cone is going to update shortly. They should have their update though on discussion. Radar from Brownsville, Texas indicate that the center of Harold reformed in the north of the previous Air Force Hurricane Hunters fixes has now made landfall over Padre Island, Texas, between Port Mansfield and Corpus Christi. The NOAA buoy at Padre Island recently reported sustained tropical storm force winds with gusts around 50 knots. Tropical storm force have very recently been reported along portions of the South Texas coast. Bands of heavy rain are spreading inland over South Texas, mostly to the north of the center. The initial intensity is set to at 45 knots based on radar data and surface observations. Uh-oh, I just popped something. Alright, so, I'm about to pull this up on stream, if it wants to cooperate. Alright, I'm going to pull up the landfall GIF. There it is, making landfall. And if you notice on the top, there is the flash flood warning. And I'm going to pull it up on Twitter as well. There it is. Alright, flash flood warning including Corpus Christi, Kingsville, Texas, and Portland, Texas. Here, I'll pull up the GIF that shows that as well. There it is. That big box right there is the flash flood warning. I'm going to pull up what the discussion says. Doppler radar indicated bands of heavy rainfall from Tropical Storm Harold moving across the area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have already fallen. The rain rate is 1 to 2 inches per hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Yeah, so the system has made landfall, and flash flooding is occurring right now, likely. So yeah, the system made landfall right about the time that models have predicted, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Now I just need to make a graphic using the, I'm going to use the best imagery that occurred during the system. Trying to get right at the right frame. There we go. Alright, I'm going to update it real quick. Yeah, National Hurricane Center is, it's been weird what they've been doing this year. They did they did form this quicker than usual. That was good. That was because, it was a land threat. Let me just make sure I'm doing this right. I'm gonna be making an update and then I'll post it. Alright, 65 miles an hour. Let me just convert that. That's 55 knots to kilometers per hour. That is 100 kilometers per hour. And that is around 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. August 22nd. Tropical storm. Tropical storm. I almost said Franklin. Harold. And then I need to add the landfall graphic. Made landfall on Padre Island, I believe. Let me just double check. Oh shoot, my bad. Alright, here I'm going to check where it made landfall. Alright, what do you all think the intensity was at landfall? Padre Island, Texas. Yeah, type it in the chat what you think the landfall was. Or like, what intensity it was at. Padre Island. I mean, with that kind of structure, that does support 65 miles an hour. I mean, if that were like a hurricane with an eye, that would be like a Cat 3 at least. Oh, shoot. August 31st, there might be a system that strikes. That's interesting. Alright, here, I'm going to post the graphic. In one moment. I'm going to show the graphic. I mean, it doesn't show the landfall frame because the landfall frame doesn't really look that good. Alright, but here it is. Tropical Storm Harold, 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time, August 22nd, 2023. 65 miles an hour, 998 millibars, 100 kilometers per hour. Imagery is from... oh shoot, my bad. Imagery is not from Ghost 18. Imagery is from Radar Scope. And landfall is in Padre Island, Texas. It is code orange, mainly because of a U.S. threat, rainfall, and how many people are under the tropical storm warnings. And, yeah, obviously this is an unofficial graphic. Don't use this. No, thank you. Alright, time to post it to Twitter. I changed the Ghost 18 to back to whatever it's called. Oh yeah, Austin's rainfall since June 1st is 1.2 inches. And precipitation observed so far, oh wait, never mind, that's Death Valley, I believe. I think, no, I don't know. Alright, I'm going to post the Outlook. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna make the post. Tropical Storm Harold has rapidly organized into a strong tropical storm right before making landfall on Padre Island in southern Texas. Harold is expected to remain a flood threat for at least the next 24 hours. And let me post it on another good website I like is Weather Social. That's the other place I'm going to post it. Hold on. I'm almost ready to go back to the live stream. Just give you one moment. I'm sorry. I just gotta get this word out. Hopefully you all understand. Just give me about 15 more seconds and then I'll go back. Alright, so now who's ready to keep discussing it? Mac Jones and Carson, are you still there? Here we go. Hello. Oh yeah, pressures are around 995. Alright, but hello, is anyone still here? Alright, so yeah, Tropical Storm Harold has just made a landfall in Padre Island, Texas, and it will make one more landfall as it approaches the coast of actual mainland Texas. I forgot to update the flash flood graphic. Since there is a flash flood warning in effect right now. Let me update that. I'm going to pull up the latest frames in one moment. I'm just going to update the subscriber count and money donated count, if that makes sense. Dang, we went down one. So we're back down to $37. Right, hold on, I'm about to bring in the newest imagery. Oh shoot, yep, Harold has made landfall in mainland Texas. But man, that flash flood warning is massive. Here, I'm going to show it on stream in a moment. Yeah, but a National Weather Service buoy showed that it was 995 millibars roughly. I don't know if that was through the center, so it's likely 994. Oh yeah, but you can see the position change from the south to the north. Oh, new cone has been issued. Yeah, you can see tropical storm force winds occurring inland. Now it's going to be over Texas for a little bit longer than it was initially expected. Yeah, it's going to be a 35 mile per hour tropical depression over there, and then 25 mile per hour remnant low once again over Texas. Everything else is basically the same. Alright, the loop should be sending soon. I don't know though, that storm structure was torn apart so fast after it organized super quickly. Right now the marginal risk extends all the way down to basically southern Texas. They just updated it recently. There it is, the 2%. Oh, never mind. Thought they did. They extended the marginal at least. Like that Tropical Storm Harold related mesoscale discussion. Alright, time to see if it's sent. Yes, there we go. Alright, time to replace the radar loop. There it is, making landfall, and it makes a second landfall. You can see how it's trending a little bit, not really south. Well, give me my drawing tools back. Yeah, so you can see the path, kind of like that. Made landfall in both mainland Texas and Padre Island. I believe the next HRRR run has came out. And there it is, making landfall. And then you can see all the heavy rain amounts that are going on right now. Expected to fizzle out. There should be more flash flood warnings. Yeah, but there it is compared to the flash flood warning for Corpus Christi. Alright, so well, thank you all for watching. And I guess that's it. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. That is Tropical Storm Harold making landfall in Padre Island in southern Texas. That should be the last stream in a while. We might have to do a hurricane stream if there is a system that the CMWF, the Euro model, has been showing support for striking Florida. I'll pull that up right now. Oh shoot, wait, no, it's the 00Z run. You'll see that, you'll notice that a tropical system tries to develop over the Yucatan and then slams into Florida. Euro doesn't typically do this. I think that might actually be a reasonable scenario. I'm gonna look at ensembles real quick. I'm not seeing much with ensembles. I'm gonna try and look at GEFS. I'm not seeing much on that either. Well, that is the stream on Tropical Storm Harold, which was nearly Hurricane Harold, but it just barely missed out on that. Well, thank you for everyone who tuned in. That is it. I am Chase from Hurricane Chaser Chase. Thanks to all the team members, especially Riley, who is in the call. And we'll be back whenever there's another US threat.